Well, howdy everyone, Argsy here. We're just at the very end of a very long drive all the way from Chilliwack down here to Iowa, and we're just pulling into town to try and find our bed for the night. We've got a house here all lined up ready for us. We've come down, got a call from my aunt and uncle, Dad's brother. If you remember, Dad passed away a wee while ago when we were back on No Creek Farms, and his brother's given us a call and wanting a bit of a hand with the harvest. Things don't seem to be going too well for them here, so I think we can take this left here, he said, just before the silos. Just head down this way, should go past the water tower. But yeah, he doesn't seem like he's been having a very good time of it the last couple of years. Things have been a bit tough for them, so we've come down, we're going to give them a hand and see if we can get them back on their feet, get them back up and running properly. Now, I think if we just head down this way, house here on the right somewhere. Let's get down here, it was opposite the playground. There's the playground there, so I think if we turn around on the right. So harvest is meant to be starting tomorrow. This weather doesn't look very promising for that though. That's our place there, so we're just going to pull up here. This weather not looking too promising at all. Get everything turned off. And we're just going to dart inside, go in here and get some shut-eye. But it's not looking too nice today, so we'll go and get some rest. Go and check things out in the morning and see what we're up to. Fingers crossed we can go and make a start on some harvest. So we'll catch you in the morning. Well, good morning everyone. I'm excited to look out the window and see no rain and lots of blue sky. That bodes very well for being able to make a start on the harvest today. We're going to head on out and just go and grab something to eat. While we're doing that, getting things ready, I do want to warn you, Uncle and Aunt aren't the most technologically savvy. They struggle with cell phones. They rang me on the landline to wake me up this morning to make sure I was all good to go. They don't use the internet much. They certainly won't like being on camera. So you probably won't see much of them, apart from in passing as they drive by or whatever's happening on the farm. So it's just me. You're stuck with me for another one. Anyhow, we're going to grab a coffee. We'll get something cooking. Then we're going to be on the way. Alright, so we're just on our way out of town, heading down towards the farm. Now, a little bit of background about the farm. It's not the hugest holdings. There's a bit over 100 acres, 40-something hectares I think it is. Half a dozen fields, and as is the majority of farming around this area, it is all soybeans and corn. So lots of that to do. We're going to get down there. I don't know what the machinery's like, what their equipment they're going to have. It's the farm's been around for quite some time, and like I said before, I don't know how much aunt and uncle have kept up with modern technology or anything like that. So I mean, that could be part of the problem of why they've really struggled with things. So we'll get down there. So over to the right, sort of down this way. We'll go and find where he is. Uncle's already out in the combine testing things out to see how it's all going. So we're going to get down there. We'll go and have a chat to him and see what we're going to get into to start off with. So the main farmyard's just up a road there on the left. You head on up that way to get to the yard. But I think Uncle's harvesting somewhere down here, up past one of the neighbours' farms. I'm not sure exactly where it is. Doesn't look like I can see a combine in there or anything. Let's carry on this way, make sure we're concentrating on the road. Like a winery. I wonder if they do a good drop. Didn't realise there was too many of those around this area, but there we are. Get on up over here. Sort of opens out quite a bit in this part of the region. Quite a big open expanses, but just carry on up just a little bit further up here, and I think, just have a look in here on the right. Yeah, there we go. Look at that, the old gleaner's still going. I wondered if he still had that. I really hoped he had upgraded before now, but it does look like we're still running the old gleaner. So we'll get turned in here. We're going to pop around and go and have a chat to Uncle, see what he wants us to do to give him a hand. Alright, as we get through the cloud of dust there, Uncle's back off to it. Like I said, he's pretty camera shy, so don't expect to see any of him, but I'm just, as we walked over here, have a look at the weeds in this crop. I thought they might have taken better care of that. They were always so proud of everything they did. Don't know if they've been using an agronomist or anything like that to help them, but that doesn't bode well for the yields when you've got that much weed going up and through the combine. We'll have to wait and see. We'll just start taking some notes about what we might be able to do. to help improve things around here on the farm. But anyhow, as you can see or can't see, there's no grain cart or anything down here. It doesn't sound like they've actually got one. So we're heading back up to the farm. The truck back up there that Uncle said to bring down, and we'll use that to haul the beans back. I don't even know where we're taking them to yet, so we'll suss that out. We'll see if there's a bin or something up at the yard and figure out where we're going to. But sounds like we're going to be driving a truck for a wee while. Like I said before when we came past, farm's up this way, so we'll head up the road here. Now, as I understand it, there's quite a bit of the land in here on the left. There's Auntie and Uncle's, some fields in the back here with some soybeans and corn, and then there was another one that we actually drove past on the way down here, not long after we turned off the motorway. But yeah, up in here on the left, a lot of trees, and I think if you get over the crest there, a couple of fields. In fact, you can just make out some corn sitting up there on the top. I don't know what they do with the grass. They get someone into mud, but this is the yard. Yeah, this is the farmhouse. But what on earth? The last time I was talking to them, they were building that shed. How have they not got that finished? Oh my goodness. Okay, well, that's something else that they're going to need a hand with. What have we got? Let's go and take a quick look around. Let's leave ourselves parked up there. Let's go and see what they've got. I can't see much equipment around at all. This is turning into a bit of a challenge. I can see why they're struggling. Workshop in here. They got a nice little John Deere skid steer. That's been around for some time. I remember playing on that when I was growing up. Crikey. Surprised it still goes the way we treated it when we were kids. Bit of a tool kit there, workshop. John Deere plow, or disc plow. So at least we've got something we can work some fields up with. Bigger disc harrow over there as well for a bit of the lighter tillage. The shed. I wonder what happened with the shed. Betcha they didn't pay a bill or something like that. And it's no good having a planter in the shed if it doesn't have a roof on it, but that's the one planter they've got, so you can imagine how long that's going to take to plant 100 or so acres. Corn header, 8-row corn header I think, if I remember correctly. Again, that's going to take a while. No, not even a trailer or anything, so, you know, back in the day it was okay to run a corn header like that down these roads, but I don't even know how Uncle got that combine down there with the grain header on it. Oh well. What's over here? Let's go and see. This is, these things have been around here forever. That Ford though. I love that Ford. 330 or so horsepower. Got the 3-point hitch on the back as well as the drawbar, so should be able to get some land done with that. Then the old International with the hoop roll bar. That's the planting tractor. You just get choked with dust. It is the most unpleasant tractor to plant on from that point of view. No cab, no protection. You get out there on a dry, dusty day, and it is the last place you want to be, but it's where you've got to be if you want to get the acres done. And then the old Chevy. The old Chevy grain truck, the C70. This is what we're going to be in. This is going to be our beast for the day, but as I said, I can't see any grain bins around. Oh, we'll have to quiz Uncle on what he's doing with it. Perhaps I've got some bins somewhere off site, maybe somewhere else. That's not theirs, that's the neighbours. Well, it looks pretty run down, but they did have some cattle up in there at some stage. That field's not theirs either. Oh well. Let's jump in the truck. We don't want to leave Uncle waiting too long. I would love to go in and say hi to Aunt, but we haven't got time for that. We need to keep this combine moving and figure out exactly what it is that we're going to have to do around this place. But they don't make them like they used to, do they? There's not much to this. Window winder's broken, can't even wind that down. Air conditioning's, well, what air conditioning? The air conditioning's broken, I can't wind the window down. Other than that, she's a pretty simple old beast, but that's what we've got to work with, so we'll get on down to the field. Go and keep Uncle moving. Well, would you look at that? He's almost twice around the field and doesn't even have a full hopper yet. That's, like I said, with these yields, with the weeds and everything in there, that doesn't bode very well for things. And we'll let him get around here. Hopefully he can get around, well, actually I hope he can't get it all the way around here, because that'll mean he's full. We'll drive around. I think it's dry. Can't have rained too much. Must have just been a few showers as we got here. Able to drive through the field here. We'll head on around, see if we can catch up to him. See how close he is to being full. So it'd be good to get that unloaded and keep him moving. We don't want him to stop around here. So let's go and have a look, and while we're unloading we'll have a chat to him and see what he wants done with these beans. I'm just having a look up there in the hopper. I dare say we didn't actually have to come all the way around here and catch up with them. It's got the extensions on there, the old wooden extensions. When those last got replaced, but does mean he can carry a little bit more. But we'll see, we'll get him emptied out. We'll have a look here at the end. We do need to find out what he's going to be doing with these beans. But there we go. That's not a bad amount, is it? Jump out and have a look. I think this can carry about 25,000 litres. So if we're about half full, we might be at 11, maybe 12,000 litres. Not sure. Anyhow, we'll let him carry on around there. And we'll go and catch up. We might go for a little bit of a ride along with them and just see how the combine goes. So riding along here with Uncle up in the gleaner, and the one bit of technology that he does have up in here does tell us the yield, and we're currently yielding 91 bushels an acre. Already got 42 bushels in here, about 12%, so it's actually not as bad a yield as I was expecting. I thought, based on where he was getting, we might have been down around 70, even 60 bushels an acre, so 90 is not too bad. I think there's more in these fields though, I really do. Looking around the edge as we're going along, I think there's a whole lot of scope as well, depending on where their property boundaries are, to even look at expanding some of these fields and increasing the amount of area. But I think first things first, we need to get these crops in, off the field, and get them all sorted. The other thing I talked to Uncle about and said, what are we doing with these? They're going straight to the co-op. He's selling them from the field as they are. There's no storage or anything like that, so we're not even realising a potential maximum price by having the ability to hold on to it ourselves. So again, something else we need to do to try and turn around some fortunes here on the farm and probably help them out, because I can see some real potential to improve the profit on the farm. The $92 that you see up there in the bank account, that's just so we can keep a track of what we do here while we're on the farm. They've got a little bit of money squirreled away, not a huge amount though, and that's part of the problem. We've got a little bit of money we've brought with us from Chilliwack. We've got a little bit hidden away as well that we might look, potentially, depending how the next couple of weeks of harvest go. And if we're going to hang around here, we might look to invest a little bit and see if we can help them progress the farm a little bit further. But for now, 23% full here on the soybeans. We're just going to ride along, set the drone going, get a little bit of a time lapse for you, and we'll catch up with you in just a little bit. Lots to think about in the meantime though, and good place to be thinking about what to do. Well, there we are, first load unloaded, $14,380 odd out of that. Must have been 4,290 because we had the 92 there in the account. So that's actually not too bad. I'm not sure why there was an environmental bonus coming along with that. I wouldn't have expected that to have been done. I don't even think they had any soil data or anything to be able to achieve that, but we'll take it. We'll take everything we can get here at the moment. So we'll head on back down. This is GW Grains we've come up to there. Seems only the grain door wanted to tip as well. We couldn't get the whole bag to open up. And it didn't want to tip all in one go, but them's the brakes, like I said. It's old, tired, run-down equipment, and I'm not surprised that it's starting to fail. Anyhow, let's head on back down to the field. Uncle will probably be a good way through that one by now, I'd expect. He's on the up and down rows, so we will get back there, get him emptied out, and then make a plan for the rest of the day. It's been a good start though to harvest, I must admit. It's a beautiful, pleasant morning here in Taheton County, and I've really enjoyed it so far. Hope you have as well. Anyhow, let's get back on down to the field and see how progress is. Well, like I thought, he's made some pretty good progress across, and I wouldn't expect he will be very close to being full, considering he's just doing all these short rows. Not the friendliest field to do, really, is it? There's no real big long paths, but again, just looking at these angles, all this free land in here that we really should see about opening up, and it might make the field a whole lot easier to use as well if we did do that. So lots of things to consider. Anyhow, let's just wait for this to get all finished off, and then we'll figure out what we're going to be doing, whether we're moving down to another soybean field, whether it's time to change to corn, or what exactly the plan is. Well, there we go, first field all finished. Didn't quite get a full hopper here from the combine for the last little bit, but we're going to end up with another 250 or so bushels. Shouldn't be too bad. Let's just wait and see as that gets emptied out. Lots of planes around, 254 bushels, about 35% of a truckload. So we could get another couple of those in there, but there we go. That is field number one done. Now the plan is, talking to Uncle, there is another field I did mention that is just back down the road, back towards town. We drove past it. I didn't point it out because I didn't know they had it, which we're going to be heading to next. But we're going to take care of that in the next episode. So I hope you've enjoyed that. Welcome along to Taheton County. I hope you're enjoying the story behind it. I'll be doing my best to try and rescue the farm, I think, is what this is going to be. I've got some ideas. We're going to put together a little bit of a plan on how we can go ahead towards improving productivity, improving yields, improving equipment, improving machinery, and generally bringing the farm through into the 21st century. So it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to the challenge, and looking forward to playing something a little bit different. And I hope you're looking forward to following along with me. But anyhow, as always, thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Howdy folks, Argsy here. Welcome back to Taheton County. We're here on the farm with Aunt and Uncle, helping them bring the farm up to scratch, modernise it and bring it into the 21st century, because I think after our first few hours here with them on the harvest, starting harvest, things are a little bit behind the times, including the fact that we are about to run this combine down pretty much the main road with the header attached. We've got Uncle, he's following along behind us with the truck with his hazards and everything like that on, but we're going to cause quite a bit of drama here, I think. This is certainly going to be something we will be looking to help them fix, and we'll get a header trailer at the very least. Ideally, we'd upgrade this old girl because she's done some hours, and I think it's probably about time they got a new combine, and that would be a big improvement. I heard some of the comments about the maintenance requirements on these gleaners, calling them silver seeders, everything like that, so hopefully we're not losing too much crop out the back. But we're just going to make as quick a progress as we can. Hope that header's not hanging across with this car coming. Try and get off the road as much as we can to make sure. Oh, there we go, they got past okay. So we're just going to head down. We've got a field of soybeans to carry on with, and then I think, talking to Uncle, we're actually going to have to change over to corn. Oh, I didn't know whether we were going to make it through the sign in the car there, but we're going to have to change over to corn because the third of the soybean fields is actually tucked in behind a couple of corn fields. So again, maybe a little bit of planning there and some efficiencies with the planting to make sure we didn't have to swap around with harvesting all the time. Could have been avoided, but anyhow, lots to do, lots to think about, and lots of ways we can help them improve the farm. But let's carry on down the road. It's a way back down here, like I think we described last time, just up before the train crossing, or it might actually be under the train crossing, I'm not sure, but before the main road which turns back down into town. But I think I said last time, and I was having a little bit of a look at the farm map, all of this farm in here, all this area in here on the right, all these trees and everything, this is all part of Uncle and Auntie's farm, right up here to the road. including this cornfield here on the right. So we'll take a proper look at the map once we've got a bit more time. Oh no, we're going to get caught out here on this narrow bridge. Oh, there's the header. And we're going to get... Alright, let me sort this out because we're going to cause a traffic jam, because I expect it's probably going to be quite a queue of cars behind us. Oh, alright. We're going to have to get out, direct a bit of traffic around us here, and figure out how we're going to get across here. Alright, we made it past the bridge. We've managed to be able to pull over here. There's a double lane going up the hill, which is handy. Allows the traffic behind us to get past and get clear. But like I said, we don't want to be driving around as much as we have to without having this header on the front. So we'll get up to the field and we will go and make a little bit of a start. Hopefully, we'll have to go and check that snoot on the side there, crop divider, and make sure we haven't done any lasting damage, but it is what it is. There's the train going across the bridge. Right, let's get on up here and go and make a start in these beans. Well, I think this is the field just up here on the left, so I'm just going to slowly, hopefully there's nothing behind us, ease our way out there into the middle of the road, because we are going to be turning into here. Just wait for this pickup to go past, then we should be good. So hopefully nothing's going to try and be silly and overtake us. No, we're all good. Are we holding anything up? Doesn't look like it. Can't see anything back there, so that's good. So let's just get ourselves up here into the field. Uncle said we could have a go with the combine this time if we liked. He's happy to drive the truck around a little bit. We'll just get out and go and take a quick look here at the crop. Yep, Uncle's made it through just fine. Right, let's go and have a look in here. Certainly not the weeds in this field, quite like there was the other one. Wonder if this one may have been ploughed beforehand. Not sure. But things looking a little bit better. Let's go and make a start. See how it goes. We'll fire things up here, get that header spinning, get it lowered down. Let's make our way here into the field. There we go. Cranking into it, getting it opened up. Now, I don't know what's the yield looking like. 86. A little bit down on that other field. That was up about 90 as well. So maybe the weeds didn't make much of a difference. It was more the preparation that went into the fields. Maybe this is just a not quite as well performing field. Who knows? But there we are. We're up and underway. Didn't even manage to plant right to the edges either. Again, another example, already looking around, where we could add at least a combine width the whole way around the field. And you can imagine, in fact, we'll check out once we've gone once around the field how many bushels we've managed to get off the crop and add that in again, and just imagine how much more potential profit there is, even without having to cut down the trees. We're not even getting into the tree line or anything, which is something else we'll have to consider. But anyhow, let's carry on, let's get into this. I guess we're going to be selling these down at the same place again, so Uncle, he'll be running the truck down there and getting those sold, and we'll just be carrying on here with the harvesting. So, crack into it and catch up with you in just a little bit. making our way along pretty much our last pass here. I'm going to call this a bonus row, not a row of shame or anything like that. I've tried to pick it up, but just a little bit too narrow on the header there. We had to do this a little bit up the end here where it's a little bit wider anyhow, so yeah, call it a bonus row, a little bit more. Taking one truckload down to the sell points. You see there we've gone up to $30,000. There's one combine load in the back of the truck, 350 bushels, and we've got another 89, 90 bushels here to go into it. So probably about half of the truck, which isn't too bad. So we have to go and get that unloaded, but that will work out quite well because while one of us is unloading that, the other can go and get the corn header sorted out. We obviously will have to escort the combine back up to the farm just to make sure as we run this back down that road that we don't have any issues. Particularly mindful of that narrow little bridge. Now at the start of the field I said I wonder how much we would get doing one lap of the field. Well, one lap about half filled the combine, so there was about 175 bushels just off going around the field once, and I reckon you could probably get 200 bushels just by making an extra pass around the field to hit it with. But there's quite a bit of land, there really is, where we could expand some of these fields and find some bonus farmland and some bonus crop and therefore some extra income. So lots of things to consider as we move forward. But anyhow, that's us done. The last little piece here finished off. 96.5 bushels, made it worthwhile. Get that turned off, we're going to unload into the truck, and then it's time to move down and get into some corn. Alright, there we are. Everything unloaded, so we're going to get something set up. We'll get Uncle to run along behind us again with his hazards on, and we'll negotiate our way back down to the farmyard. Right, looks pretty clear there to the left, just as a car comes down the hill. I will sneak out in front of them, and hopefully we can find somewhere we can pull over and let them go past. Obviously you don't have to go quite so far down the road as we did last time until we get to the turn off to head up to the farm, and then we should be on what is a pretty narrow little lane. Just make sure we pulled right over. Don't know why those guys are driving in the fast lane. Should be pulling over and they're overtaken. Anyhow, let's get on back up to the yard. We're going to get this header disconnected, pick up the corn header, and we'll go and make a start in the cornfield. We're just approaching the narrow little bridge. I'm looking a long way ahead of us up the road there, and I can't see any traffic, so I'll pull out a little bit. Sit here in the middle of the road, make sure make it through here without clipping the header. There we go. It was a little bit better negotiated than last time. And we are, so we're going to have to wait for this car before we can turn up the road. Just make sure we pulled off far enough to the right, and it's actually going to not have to wait for them at all. We're going to get there after they've gone past. So there we are. Let's head on up this way and carry on up to the yard. Right, we're just going to drop the header off here on the gravel. Just get in there and detach the PTO. That should be all we need to do. Back up in here, and there we are. That is off. Now we'll spin back around, head on up into the shed there, and go and pick up the corn head. Now Uncle, he can actually get going. He can head on up and deliver those soybeans. So we'll send him off up and doing that. We can go and make a start on the corn. Of course, it's going to be a busy time in the corn, so we might actually look to get back on the truck and run that and leave Uncle to handle dealing with the there we go, just getting that attached, dealing with the combine. We've made it over to the field. Uncle's up and underway. We had a bit of a chat when we were over in the yard, and he decided that he'd make a start in here, and by the time he's full we should be able to get down and back with the truck with the soybeans. So we're just going to leave him there. Just having a look through here. This crop's not too bad. No weeds or anything. There's a little bit of a little small stuff growing down the bottom, but nothing to worry about. Should be going pretty well. Now I probably shouldn't be doing this running through a crop while there's a combine working in there, because Uncle won't have a clue where I am, and I really don't know where he is. Only safe thing is that it's quite a narrow field, and we should be able to get across it well and truly before he makes it back. But there we go. Over and out. And if we just jump and turn around back up here, can we see where he is? Not quite. Heading down around there somewhere. Oh yes, just over, right down in the very bottom of the corner. So we'll leave him running there. Just head back over here to the yard. Still haven't had a chance to catch up with Aunt. I think she's out doing some errands or something like that, I think Uncle said. So let's go and grab the truck. We'll head on down to the grain sell point, GW Grains. We'll go and get that unloaded, and make sure we can't go through the ditch. Make sure we get back here in time for Uncle to keep moving. There we are. We ended up with 439 bushels of soybeans off that field. So it was probably because we had a little bit in the truck when we got up there. Probably about a load and a half, maybe a little bit less. We're going a little bit of a different way to the sell point this time. We're going to have to go down the main road. We're going to head on this way. A little bit of a, it's a big chicken farm in here on the right. Chickens or hogs, one or the other. Which makes me wonder. I wonder if Uncle's thought about baling any corn stalks or anything like that. I know there's a few cattle farmers around here who might like to use it. I might have a quiz on it. See if he's thought about doing that before. Obviously we don't have a baler. Very limited with what we've got, to be honest, but I do wonder if he's thought about doing that at all. Right, anyhow, we're just going to get into grain hauling mode. Time lapse some of this and we'll see what we've got further through the field. I'll tell you what, this cornfield has not taken very long at all, and I feel like we've been on the go pretty much the whole time. Obviously the higher yielding crop does keep us a little bit busier. Now you would have seen we went down into town. I had a look at the prices, rang around a few of the different grain merchants, see who had the best price, and it was the place down in town. So that was where we went to. A bit of a different adventure as well, nice going somewhere a little bit different. But there we are, all intent purposes finished. We'll go round and just tidy up those corners. Of course, we can't blame Uncle for that, that is course play's fault, but that's us done here in this field. Good to get the first lot of corn there all opened up and done. Now we'll head over this way, and next time we will be down here. So we've got one more cornfield, and this is a big one, and the soybean field. We'll just sprint a little bit faster. So the soybean field's nice and regular, just a skinny little one here. Lots of weeds in this one though as well, so not sure what the difference between this one and this and the first one and the second field are, but and the corn in here as well. So looking pretty good. No, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic about things. We've already got $45,000 in the bank. Obviously don't get much off the corn, but the higher yield does have a bonus for us. But that is us done. I'm starting to make a list of things we can do to help turn things around here at the farm. So far I've got hire an agronomist, get some soil data taken, and seeing what we can do to try and maximize the yield from that. Can we increase the field sizes? Where can we find some space? Some cheap, easy space to access. I'm not talking about cutting down trees yet. That's kind of stage 2 of the field expansion. But where can we look to try and expand our fields? Can we buy some grain bins? Can we put some grain bins up on the farm? Get some augers and things like that, and store our crops to sell them at a more optimal time. These three kind of quick and easy fixes I think that we have. There's also some other improvements we need to look at. The shed, can we get that shed finished? Can we improve on some of the equipment? But for now, I think starting out there, baling corn stalks, is that an option as well? We haven't done it here, we haven't captured any, but can we find a baler or find a farmer at least locally who might be interested in buying some corn stalks off us? So again, something to consider, but we're just going to box on and get everything finished here for this season, and then we can start to make some plans around those. But there's 4 already things that I've identified that can try and improve the outlook here for the farm. So if there's anything else you guys could suggest, please leave some comments down below. I'm open to all and any suggestions. But for now, I'm all done here for the day. We will be into these crops next time, and I think, considering how we've gone today, we should be able to knock both these fields out and start to look forward to what we're going to do next. But anyhow, as always, I hope you've enjoyed that episode. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Well, howdy folks, Argsy here. We've just finished up one of Ant's famous harvest lunches, and it was fantastic. And I just thought I'd stop and have a look on the way out here. Ant's a bit of a painter, and look how realistic and lifelike these look. They're almost like pictures. She's a real talent, actually. She loves going out on the farm and just sitting there and painting her time and just seeing what she sees in front of her. And yeah, it's pretty cool to see. But anyhow, like I said, we've just finished a fantastic lunch, and we are heading back out to go and get the rest of the corn and the rest of the soybeans harvested. It was great to catch up with Aunt, it really was, and it was good to get to sit down with Uncle and Aunt and just have a bit of a chat to them about a few things, as we did. I shared a few of my ideas. I asked them about the shed. I said, what on earth happened there? I hope you didn't miss a payment or something like that, and they actually got swindled. They paid the $100,000 for the shed up front, which, you know, in hindsight's a mistake, and obviously not something I'd be doing, but the guy put up the frames and then he ran. So they've been left here. I think they've been quoted something like 90 grand to finish it off. There's only been about 10 grand's worth of work done into it, so there's a lot still to be done, and they don't have the money to do it at the moment. So we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do with that. Apparently, last thing I heard, the guy was over Wyoming way up Elk Mountain. He'd ripped off a couple of miners and was chased out of town. I don't know what his name was, Ned or Jed or something like that. I don't know. Anyhow, no one's seen him since. And we had a chat about the land over here, because I said, why don't we expand some of these fields? Well, it turns out this bit of land in here has been in the CRP program for a number of years, but it's actually just about due to come up. So there is every possibility we could get in here and plough this for next season. And it was something Uncle had planned anyhow. He did want to get in here and do it, but that's why it hasn't been mowed. Nothing's been taken off it. It has been CRP land. So we can get in here. There's only a few trees sort of scattered around that we could cut down and get rid of and actually make this quite a big size of land. I was having a look, and there's about 60 acres in this block, and there's only about 25 or 30 or so that's actually farmed. So yeah, some real opportunity here to increase the amount of land we have. But anyhow, we're going to go and jump up here into the combine, get things up and running. Here's the truck. We left it parked here next to the combine because we unloaded the last of the corn into it. Oh jeez, it's all the way down there. What on earth has happened? It's rolled through the field. You can see the tracks going down there through the field. It's gone through the corn, no doubt knocking over a whole lot and wrecking that. It's ended up in the soybean field. Alright, well, that's not exactly what I was expecting to come back to after lunch. Not only is there obviously an issue with the truck, I'm assuming the handbrake or something. Well, better double check the handbrake was put on and we didn't leave it off, but I'm assuming the handbrake's failed. Surely we wouldn't have left the handbrake on, off, parking it on the side of the hill. But yep, corn gone. That's no good. And soybeans squashed through in the other field. So what a great way to start things off. Just as we're talking about how much things are struggling, we can't go and lose crop. It's only a small amount, but we really can't be going and losing this behind. Alright, well, I'll go and recover this, get Uncle set up in the combine, and he's going to make a start. Obviously in the corn, we've got the corn header on, but we're hoping to get both these fields knocked out this afternoon. So that is the plan. Then we'll be finished with harvest, and we can start talking about some of these other things we're going to do. But anyhow, let's go and get this out. Let's see what happened. Well, handbrake was definitely left on. It wasn't left in gear though, and that might have been a mistake. If we'd left it in gear, probably wouldn't have gone anywhere near as far as it had. In fact, it probably wouldn't have rolled at all, but we'll learn for next time. But we'll have to get that handbrake looked at. Ideally, we'll be looking at getting this truck replaced. But anyhow, we're going to back our way out of here. Try not to squash any more crop on the way out. And we'll see you. We'll get back up into the field, get out of here, and we'll go and get started on the corn. Alright, there we are. We've extracted ourselves from that tricky little situation. Hopefully, without having destroyed any more of our crop. Our precious, precious crop. Uncle's got the combine down here, and he has made a bit of a start. I'm just wondering what he's paused for. I wonder if he's going to let us do the combining again, and he wants to run the grain cart, or grain truck. It's not a cart, is it? So we'll go and have a chat to him, and we'll see what the plan is. Well, that's exactly what the deal was. He figured, seeing he did that other cornfield, give us the chance here to sort of familiarise ourselves a little bit more with the farm, with the layout of some of these fields. You see, get in there, you have a go there with the combine, see what it's like in corn, see what you think of it, and get this field done. So we will carry on, see how far we get around. I don't know, what are we going to be, already 8% full, so we'll have to see how far we're going to get around the field, whether we get a full headland opened up or not before we have to unload, or exactly what the story is going to be. But it's nice to be in corn. It is very nice to be harvesting this, and it's nice to be in what is currently the biggest field on the farm. I've already got plans to merge this and that soybean field as well, though. It seems a bit silly to have a field that's completely blocked off by any other field, particularly if you're going to run a different crop in that's ready at different times, or that you might want to get in and harvest without any access to it. So it makes sense, particularly if we're going to make that other field up the top larger by taking on that CRP land and converting that into some arable land. So there's certainly some really good reasons to merge this and the other field together. But anyhow, lots to do, lots to think about. I've got some calculations I'm going to run while we're doing this. I've been giving some thought into the grain bin situation. I'm going to give a few merchants a call and see what sort of price we'd be getting if we were selling this at the best price rather than having to sell it now. So we'll find that information out. Then we'll do some quick maths on exactly, well, not exactly, it'll be quick maths, loose maths around what the potential we could have if we were to build some bins, and then whether the crop we have would pay off next year. So lots to consider, lots to do, but we're just going to carry on with this, and we'll see when we're done a bit more. Alright, we've got ourselves another full combine here, and obviously the truck hasn't run off yet. Uncle's not slacking. We just weren't able to use course play in this field. It was picking up all 3 fields as one, so we weren't able to get the combine up and running on course play. And obviously I haven't set up any auto drive or anything like that for the map yet, so we weren't able to use auto drive, which has left us effectively doing double duties for the purposes of this. So we'll get this one run down. It's our second load, obviously, down to the sell point. 709 bushels in each, which is pretty good. Doesn't earn very much either, and obviously still incredibly frustrating with the tailgate and the tipping on this truck. But as someone mentioned, it's just a little bit of a opportunity for some role play to say that this truck isn't actually that good and fit for purpose, which is starting to appear it might not be. So that's something else we're going to have to look at, an opportunity to try and replace come next season. But while I've been in the combine, we've been spending a lot of time crunching some numbers, talking to people about pricing, about what we could sell our crops for come the best peak price for it. And well, I'm sure the results won't surprise you, but they were pretty surprising to me. So when we get back in the combine and carrying on in the field, I'll go through that with you. Probably not the best thing to do while you're driving a truck, so we'll go and get this all unloaded down at the sell point, and once we get back we'll run over the numbers. So we're back getting the combine unloaded again, and like I said, I have gone through and crunched a few numbers based on selling the crop at the best price possible. Now at the moment we're selling out soybeans for $21 or $22 or there or thereabouts, and the corn for about $9. Now the best price that I could get offered for soybeans was just under $44, which is pretty much double what we're earning at the moment. And exactly the same deal for corn. Currently, like I said, just under $9, and we can get almost $18 if we hold on to it and sell it at a peak price. So looking at what we've got, well, we've got $55,000 in the bank account. We could conceivably double that if we were selling the crop we've already sold, and we've got the rest of this field to go and the soybeans there as well. So before we started this field, we'd harvested about 26 acres, and we had 22 or so to go with this field, or these two fields. So I figured let's just double what we'd earned at the start of this, which is about $45,000 where we started, so we've put about 10 grand more in the account. So conceivably say by the end of harvest we might be at $90,000. Might be a little bit optimistic, but let's say we'd got to $90,000. We could have made $180,000 there or thereabouts if we were selling the crop at the right time, which says to me we could quite easily spend $90,000 on some grain bins, on some augers, and a bit of a setup there to maximise the profit we could make, and we'd recover that money within a year. So I'm going to put that to Uncle and Aunt, see what they have to say about it, and if it's a goer, we'll have to go and see what we can do about getting some money for that, or whether we use and reinvest the money we have earned on this harvest, make sure next harvest we earn even more. I was thinking 3 bins, something around 7,000 bushels will be more than enough for what we're doing at the moment. Obviously we want to future-proof the farm a little bit and maybe have a little bit more capacity, but 3 7,000 litre bins should be enough. $16,500 each is what I've been quoted for those already, so that's about $50,000 on bins. Let's say we budgeted $20,000 or $30,000 on augers, that's an $80,000 spend, and we'd recover that easily in the first year. So like I said, I think it's a no-brainer. That's the first part. The hard part's going to be convincing Uncle and Aunt to part with that money, because obviously they weren't feeling too flash about things, and that's part of the reason why we're helping them out, because they didn't think things were going as well as they could. Maybe that's one of the motivations when we put those numbers to them to turn things around. Anyhow, we're well and truly into the field here. We've got lots of rows still to do, so we'll crack into it, keep on moving, and we'll catch up with you when we're a bit further through again. At the risk of sounding like I'm complaining, this field has just gone on and on and on, which is fantastic. It means we've actually ended up with quite a bit more corn than I was expecting. I thought there might have only been a couple of truckloads left about 2 truckloads ago, and we've definitely got at least one more. And what we've got here in the combine, unfortunately, again, I'm not going to complain, it's probably a good thing, but we're not going to be able to get this all down to the sell point in one load. We are going to have to run the truck down, get that unloaded, and then come back and empty the combine out, which is going to just slow us down a little bit. I was hoping that we could have run back over to the farm and put the soybean header on and everything like that. Of course, no trailer or anything to bring the header to the field. We've got to go over to the farm to pick it up, but there we go. Gonna get the last one? Yes, all done. Right, so that's corn finished for this season, and yeah, like I said, it's worked out better than I was expecting. And the combines just keep going. It's kept going and going and going, which is great. No issues or anything like that, apart from the fact it is getting rather filthy. So certainly something there that we'll have to do once we're all finished, which is give everything a very, very good clean down, good wash off, and get it looking nice and tidy and put it away. Just have a look here, see how far we're going to get with filling the truck up. I don't think we're going to get the last in. No, what is there? 163 bushels, so still quite a bit left in the combine, but we'll leave that there. It was handy being over the side of the field because we've got the access straight out onto the road there. So let's head on down. We'll go and get this one unloaded, and then we'll get back here, take the last little bit down to the sell point. And while we're doing that, I'm sure Uncle will be able to go and swap the headers over and get over and make a start on the soybeans. Well, back over here, all the corn delivered. I'm making a little bit of a shortcut here through the field, and it does. There we go. It looks like Uncle has got the combine over here and ready to go, which is fantastic. Now, once again, we're going to have to jump in and drive that because course play's just not playing nicely with us on these fields, which is a little bit of a shame. I'm not complaining. Getting to drive the combine for a while, it's been working out well, but it would have been nice to be able to spend a little bit of time here in the truck, keeping things unloaded and running. So anyhow, we'll make the most of it here while we can, and we'll get into it and carry on. Shouldn't take too long. In fact, I don't even reckon we will get one full load out of this. It'll probably just be one single truckload, which will make it a little bit easier. We don't have to worry too much about waiting for the truck or anything to get here and back. It's terrible, terrible wheel marks. I hope I left the hope they left the truck in gear. I'm pretty sure I did. Right, carry on, get this field done, and we'll see you when we're finished. Only a few meters to go and we'll be finished our harvest for the year, which has gone by incredibly fast. Obviously we don't have the hugest amount of fields or anything like that, but it's going to be nice to see the back of this. Give us a benchmark of exactly where the farm's going to be sitting, how much money we've made off the crops we've harvested this time and sold direct to market, and give us a bit of an idea on where we can improve things. And like we've already talked about, we've got a number of things that we can do which will be better for the farm. But there we go. Look at that. I love this field actually. I like this down by the river, and I've actually, while I've been driving around here, seen a lot of wildlife, a lot of deer. I'm sure there's some fish in that river. What do you reckon about setting up a lodge down here, a hunting lodge? Hunting and fishing. I wonder if there's a bit of land over there near the road. I wonder if we could lease that out to someone who might want to set up a lodge. Anyhow, I think we're getting a bit carried away with the potential ideas for the farm. So let's head on back down. We'll go and get this emptied into the truck. We've put one load in already, and we will go and get that unloaded, get it sold, and get everything packed up back over at the yard. We've ended up with about 427 bushels of soybeans off that field, so not a bad amount, 60% here in the truck. We'll go down, we're just about at the sell point. GW Grains, I think it was, the one we came down to with the other soybeans, opposite direction from town, and we'll get down here and get this sold, and we'll see what we end up with. I think we're going to be a little bit short of my estimate of 90,000 off our harvest, but maybe not too far, maybe closer to 75. But let's go and have a look, get this unloaded, and then we'll see. Last few beans here, and we will see what we've ended up with. Pretty much bang on $79,000. So about 10 grand less than I was expecting, but let's say we double that, 80 grand, an extra 80 grand. We can invest that $80,000 that we'll make off next season in a few new bins and a couple of augers, and I think that will be a great setup. I haven't even talked about or thought about corn drying or anything like that. That's something else we could really consider, looking at the difference between the wet corn we've been selling and what the dry corn price could be, and we could even look and say, well, we're going to harvest a few thousand bushels of corn each year, maybe we should be getting a dryer as well. So more to consider. Let's go through and do a little bit of maths as well on the potential yield increases we can get through the agronomist. But we'll be talking to them very, very soon, because now that we've got harvest out of the way, we need to start thinking about where we can expand fields and what we need to do to make sure we're doing the best we can with the soils and with fertilizer, lime, all those kind of things, to really give the crops a good boost for the next season. And that's going to be a separate sort of question mark on how much we invest in that versus how much the potential return will be on it. So lots to think about in the not too distant future. But for today and for harvest, we are all done. As always, I hope you've enjoyed this episode. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Howdy folks, Argsy here. Nice to see you all again. We have had a rather busy morning this morning. We've been spending our time driving around with an agronomist, taking a look at the fields and getting some ideas on what we could do to help improve our yields and make the farm perform a little bit better than it has been. Well, a lot better than it has been. He reckons there's potentially an increase of 50% on this year's yields possible if we pay some more attention to the ground, look at our lime, our pH levels, improve our nitrogen levels, and just do some simple things like that. So that has been a real eye-opener to Uncle. They're stuck in there. I think Uncle's asking quite a few questions and really getting into this, so they could be in there for a while. But I've ducked away because we're going to go and hook the tractor up. We're going to get the big Ford out, hook it up to the field plow, and we're going to go and increase the area of some fields. Agronomist thought that was a fantastic idea. He looked and he said there's no benefit to keeping some of that land there and not using it. So I'm going to go grab the John Deere plow there and go and get that all set up and running. Looking forward to trying out the Ford. Now, just on our potential yields, if we increase by 50%, we harvested just over 2,200 bushels of soybeans and about 3,000 bushels of corn. So, you know, potentially we could increase that up to about 3,000 bushels or 3,500 bushels of soybeans and over 4,000 bushels of corn if we have that sort of 50% yield bonus or yield increase, which translates into about a $40,000 cost benefit. So that's pretty promising. I'm looking forward to giving that a go now. I'll just jump up in here. Ah yes, spent many an hour in this tractor when I was younger. Very, very, it was advanced for its time. It does have the monitor there, which is impressive, but otherwise it's still pretty bare bones and basic. But like I said, that is the plan for today. We're going to go and plough up some of our fields. The one over the road, which was the CRP land, we're going to get into that at some stage. I've actually got someone coming. They're going to clear some of those trees out for us and get rid of those so we can actually plough up some more. But yeah, like I said, the agronomist thought it was a bit of a no-brainer. Get out here and come and do this. So let's go and make a little bit of a start. Get that hooked up there, get the hoses connected, and that should be good to go. So we're going to jump into the fields. We're not going to start over the road. We're going to go down the road to soybean fields we harvested first. Go around those at least once, make them a little bit larger. Then by the time we've done that, hopefully the guys will be here getting those trees cut down and we can make a start over the road. So let's get moving. Once again, we are having to negotiate this rather busy, wide main road with a rather big implement here on the back of the tractor. Fortunately, from my experiences so far, a lot of the people around here seem pretty adept and pretty comfortable having farm equipment and machinery on the roads, so I haven't had too many issues at all. There's just that one Euro driver who parked on the bridge there and wouldn't let us go over sort of the first time we took the combine down the road. So hopefully we don't come across any of those folk, but the locals, they all tend to be pretty reasonable. So we'll head on up to this field just up the road here, the first one we harvested. Take a look at how much bigger we can make that. I think there's quite a bit of potential in this one. Once, maybe twice around the field. If we can do that and give ourselves a couple more laps, that certainly give us a lot more crop and a lot more area that we're going to harvest up there. Now, when we get down there, once we get started, I'll have a little bit of a chat about the other things we talked about with the agronomist, particularly around how we're going to handle the soil sampling that we're going to have to get done. So we've made it down here to the field. Now, before we get started, I'm just going to pull out my phone and just take a look at the farm maps and just try and figure out exactly how far we can go, how big this plot of land is compared to what exactly is the arable land and what's covered in trees and things like that. We're here, this is field 121. You can see where we are just here at the entrance. Now, if we just change over to the farmland map and have a look at what it is we own, you can see pretty much where we've driven in. We don't own too much more of that, but you can just make out the outline of the field underneath. There's a big chunk up in here, which I don't think we can get too far into because of the trees. Where we are, we can pretty much go straight across and try and connect this up as much as we can. And then it's really a case of seeing how wide we can go down here where the field goes around the edges, because it's looking back at there, we've come down right into here. So it is just going to be a case of maximizing what we can. And you can already see there in front of us, there's not actually that much scope to go too much wider up here. But let's just go and pull and get the plough load down and head on around. We'll just try and smooth the field off, follow around the edges there where the trees are, and do some things in there. Let's just have a look. Should be able to create some fields with this. It's good to get out here and pulling with this Ford. VW's a great looking tractor. Let's go and have a look around the corner. So already you can see, without getting too close into the bushes, and those are pretty small bushes, I'd wonder if we could actually plough those up, but I'm not going to dart in and out. We're going to try and keep the field as sort of well shaped as we can. But there we go. I think you already can see there, we're going to get around this field twice before we get or at least twice around here, just looking in some of these spots. So we'll just have a look and see how we go. Let's get into it. We'll have a little bit more of a chat soon about the soil sampling. I am just noticing there that our tractor's not in too good a shape from a maintenance point of view, so we might have to, once we've done all this, should have really checked all the oils and all those kind of things. I thought Uncle might have kept up on his maintenance. He's always been pretty particular about looking after his equipment, but it may be that that's something else that's just slipped down the pecking order recently, and something that we might have to help pick up the slack on. But look at this. This is a huge area of land in here, huge opportunity to get some more crops. Anyhow, we'll follow along with a little bit of a time lapse, get this field done, and we'll have a little bit of a chat again later. So I've spent pretty much the whole time going around that field on the phone to mechanics, workshops, mobile mechanics, everyone possible around the area to see if we can get someone to come out and have a look at this tractor, because it's not pulling properly. It's certainly got enough horsepower for that plough, but something's not quite right with it. But it seems either that everyone's too busy helping other farmers out. I kind of got the gist from a couple that there might be some issues there with terms of credit and everything like that from Uncle, so we might have to see if we can rectify that. But I can't carry on with the way it's been going. It's done a good job, I'm not going to doubt that, and I think we've probably added quite some area to this field. I wish I had had a look. The field area now is 4.29 hectares. I'd have to have a look at what it was prior, and in fact, let's just have a check on acres, because we have been using acres a lot here. So we'll just change that setting across. Alright, there we are, 10.61 acres out of 24.83 acres. There's 14 acres of trees and everything else like that on this plot of land that we can't use. So, you know, we can't go much further. There was probably a few areas we think about up here. There's a few areas I could have gone in a little bit further, but I was also thinking about planting and harvesting and all of those kind of things. I didn't want to have to overplant crop we'd already had and have those tricky end rows and everything like that. I mean, we're going to. It's a pretty irregular field, but going into too many of those little narrow spots might have just made it a bit hard. But I think we're going to have to persevere here with the tractor for now. Hopefully we're not doing any more damage to it. It sounds like it's running alright. It doesn't sound rough or anything like that. It just seems down on horsepower, so I don't know, could be a blocked filter, not drawing enough diesel or something like that, just starving it a little bit, or who knows what's causing it. But we're going to have to carry on. What we're going to do, what I think we might do, is we'll head down to the other soybean field down by the train tracks, and then we might take this back up to the yard and see if we can have a little bit of a tinker ourselves in the workshop when we've got access to some tools. So come back up in here and we'll keep on moving. We're just about up at the field, just heading up the hill here. Convenient passing lane actually for us here. We can get right off the edge of the road. I know there's a bit of traffic behind, so we'll get over there and let that swing past. A couple of 3 cars that'll cruise past us now. There we go. The one thing with the tractor, it seems to be going all right on the road. It's at its 21 miles per hour and it's running just smoothly along here. So, like I said, just don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on what the issue might be. I'm sure it'll be something obvious. I'm sure if we had the right person on the job, they'd be able to diagnose it really quickly, but I haven't been able to get any help from anyone, so like I said, we're just going to have to make do ourselves. We'll get up here, we're just about up at the field, a bit of traffic coming towards us as well, a bit rough just here too, where we start narrowing down on the road, but nothing we can't handle. We'll make sure we check behind us before we go and pull over. We'll just actually, we get up here, is actually, because we're still on the passing lane, it's quite a good spot. We can just stop just here. Behind us is clear. Underneath the bridge looks all clear, so let's pull on in. We'll make a start on this field now. Interestingly enough, we'll go and have a look at the map, but we're not going to be able to go too much closer to the edge of the road. That rolls off really quickly, but I think there's some real benefits as we get further up and into the field. So just go and take a look, compare this one, and see how much more we might be able to make. The field 93 you can see just there. If we go and bring up the overall area again, a huge amount of land, particularly up in the top here and between the field and the road on this side. But I know a lot of trees, so we're not going to be able to go too far. And of course, we're governed by the train tracks, the railroad on the bottom edge of the field here. So we'll just have to see what we can do as we go around. Now, I'm going to hop out here. Let's just go and have a look. Does it tell us what the area of this field is? Field area of 93. Field area of field 93, 10.61 acres out of a total land area of 31. So only about a third of the field that we can currently farm. So we'll go and see if that 10.6 goes up, exactly how much area we've added to it, and that'll actually give us an idea if we can put 1.6 acres into this. Not even that, 1.1 acres into this will actually be increasing the field by 10%, which is what we're targeting. So we'll see if we can get that up around, what would it be, 11.7, somewhere like that. Right, there we are, up and underway. Already seeing some big areas in here we can cut into. Like I said, I try and avoid going all the way in on something like that, just because it's going to be an awkward little part to plant and to harvest and everything like that. So we'll try and just keep the field as roughly square as possible, but certainly make the most of areas like this where we can go a little bit bigger. Now I was going to say, or explain what we're going to do with our soil sampling. So the agronomist gave us a little bit of an idea on costs. For them to run around, do all the sampling and everything for us, it was going to cost about 60 grand all up, and obviously you can understand Uncle balked at that very quickly, particularly considering we've only got the $80,000 really in the bank account. for the farm from the harvest. So that was a little bit of a eye-opener for him. So what we've actually agreed, the testing cost is going to be about 30 grand for all the fields, for all the land we've got. And the agronomist is going to let us lease their, I think they've got a little side-by-side with their sampling machine attached to the back, and they're going to lease that to us and let us run around and do all the sampling ourselves. So I think they're going to charge us maybe 5 grand for doing that. So it's quite a big amount of time, and their time particularly, if we were getting them to go around and take all the samples. So that will save us quite a bit of money. End up costing about $35,000 or something to do the sampling, which may sound like a lot, but based on the numbers we got this year, it will be well spent. It does eat into the expense though of the silos, but I reckon I have a good case, like I said last time, to take that to the bank and maybe get some finance to be able to build those bins. So we'll see how we end up with that one. But first things first, we've got to get the crops in the ground and prepare the fields to give them the best chance of growing before we think too much about what we're going to do with the harvest for next year. So yeah, the agronomist, soil sampling, improving the soil conditions and field conditions is going to be our priority number one. Anyhow, we're getting a good amount of area added into this field, so we're just again going to carry on and see how much we end up with. Well, I think we've covered everything in this field. I just actually double check around the corner here. There wasn't something we needed to redo, but those couple of sections over the other side there, that has added a huge amount of area to this field. Plus obviously going around most of it at least once, some of it even twice. So we'll jump out in a second. 10.61 acres was the field area before we started. We'll jump out and see if that has updated and how big the field is now. I'm reckoning we might have added almost 40% to it. Is it going to be a 15 acre field? Let's go and have a look. Well, there we go. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually tell us. It hasn't updated it. So that'll be the underlying information that's in the map is still telling us it's only a 10.61 acre field. So that's a little bit of a shame. But what we probably can actually do, if I have a quick look at the area we've worked in the statistics, it'll probably give us a bit of a calculation, a bit of a guide We've worked over some of the field, but most of it will be all new land. There you go, we've ploughed 9 acres. That's actually pretty darn impressive if we've added 9 acres to these two fields. That's almost a 50% increase, I reckon, across the two of them. This was 10.6 and the other one was 12, I think, from memory. So not quite a doubling of it, but that's a huge amount. Right, let's get this back down to the yard. We're going to have a little bit of a tinker around in the engine and filters and all of those kind of things. See if we can figure out why she's not performing quite as well as she should. Well, would you look at that? It appears the excavator that we've tasked with getting rid of some of those trees and clearing some of that lands here. There, our truck. Oh, going to overshoot the entrance there. Got the low loader in that park there. Would have been a very tough access to get a low loader up into there. It's hard enough with just the truck and things like that. So that's good. We'll go over and have a bit of a look at what they're doing in just a little bit. Obviously, we want to try and carry on with the ploughing. And in other news, it also appears that the agronomist managed to extract himself from talking to Uncle, and we've got his little Kubota side-by-side there ready to go. So that's looking pretty handy, but we're just going to pull in here next to the workshop. I'm just wondering whether we drop the plough off. No, I think we'll just nose ourselves in here and see if we can spend a little bit of time figuring out what is wrong with this thing. Do a little bit of work on it, see if we can tidy it up. We're not going to get him with the plough attached though, we might just have to leave it there. Right, jump out, we'll see what we've got over here. Hopefully, might be an oil filter or two in the cupboard. It's a pretty sparse workshop. There's some oil sitting up on there. I don't know how far that'll go into the into this. I'm sure it takes quite a few litres. But we'll go through, we'll see what the issue is, see if we can figure anything out, and we'll go from there. Well, we've done the best we can with what we've got here. We've managed to reduce the damage that was on it. It was down to 95%. It's only 40% now, so it's not as bad as it was. So fingers crossed that will be enough to help improvement. We gave the air filter a good clean out. That was clogged, full of dust. So we got in and gave that a good clean out. The oil didn't look too bad, so we didn't actually end up changing the oil filters. The fuel filter, the fuel line, we did go and change the filter in that though. That didn't look the best. The diesel looked good. It hadn't been sitting there for too long. Gave the radiator a blowout on the front and things like that. So fingers crossed that's going to have given her a new lease of life, at least for now. So we'll jump up in here. We're going to head on over that way. We're going to go through the CRP land, head over into the cornfield, the soybean field over that way, and go and see what we can do with expanding the area in there. And just as we're driving in here, look at the work these guys have done already. Already cleared out all the trees on this side. And look at how much of a difference that's going to make to this land when we get that all ploughed up. It's quite a bit of slope in there, but I think we'll be able to handle it. We handled this field here on the side, so I don't see why it should be any different. Still got the section up over there to do. I think we're going to burn those, so we might see about getting that lit soon and get that up and underway. But they're just having a bit of smoko, and then they might head on over the other side. They did say we could have a go actually, try it out for ourselves if we were interested, so I mean, I'm not going to turn down the opportunity to do that. But what I'm going to do, like I said, we're going to plough the soybean and corn field together. We're going to keep this here as a separate field when we've extended up in there, so we do have the opportunity or option to plant something in this field and something in the other field. But what I'm going to do first, I'm just going to jump in here, square this off a little bit, see if we can get that done, and then we're going to see if this that little bit of maintenance, a little bit of work we did on the tractor made too much of a difference. And look at that, I'm already feeling like that was pulling a whole lot better than it was before. But go across here, tidy that up. No, maybe I was a bit optimistic, still sitting there at 4 miles per hour. Let's turn down, head down the hill along the grass, and see if it goes any better down that way. If I remember correctly, this field didn't actually have too many opportunities to increase the size of it, particularly the one here on the right and down around the stream. I don't want to get too close to the edge of the stream. We don't want to have any runoff or anything like that. If it rained or flooded, we kind of want to keep some grass and that around the edge of the stream just to provide a little bit of a buffer there and protection from any damage we might get. But nah, doesn't seem to be any fundamental difference in the performance of the tractor, and if anything, almost argue that it's going a little bit slower. Sure, we got up to about 5 miles per hour before. Not sure. Maybe it's something in the gearbox. Maybe we just can't get out of the right gear. Who knows? Right. Well, let's just carry on. do this little bit, and then we might see, before we do the CRP land up the top, I think we're going to need to get someone to have a look at this tractor properly and see if we can figure out what's going on. Because it's not going to serve us very well if we can't get through the land very quickly, and once we've got lime and that applied to the fields, we're going to have to go through it all with a disc, work that lime down into the ground, and if we're only doing it at 4 or 5 miles per hour, it is going to take quite some time to cover all our fields. So we'll see how we go, but let's carry on. We'll go down to the end, get this a little bit finished off, and then we might go and see about having a go on this excavator. We'll just tidy this piece up here, just square it off against the 2 fields so we get a nice little join through there, nothing sticking out. I think that is probably that done. Now I'm just going to very quickly dart around the outside of this field, but like I said, I really can't see, particularly against the stream here, anywhere that we can increase the width of the field. In fact, apart from the bushes and that kind of thing growing on the edge, we're pretty close already, so I think we're just going to have to leave this one pretty much as is, which does mean we've just got the CRP land up the top there to get into and plough. Could do this little bit here. Is it worth it? Probably not. Not worth the effort going straight across there, is it? Although it is getting a little bit wider, but no, I think we'll leave this field. This field's not too bad as it is. So we'll go back up and go and have a chat to the excavator guys and see if they'll, like I said, see if it's okay for us to have a go with it. Alright, I think we'll just leave this parked up here for now. You can see the excavator's moved over into these other trees over there. Haven't got that fire going yet. Might even get the benefit of lighting it, but let's just have a walk through here before we get in and rip any more trees down. There's a few here, but I think if we carry on around, one straggler out there, but you can see as we get around in here, this all opens up and there's quite a big open area right up in here. It's just a couple of trees scattered around. See that one out there? But lots and lots of grass area in here that we could get ploughed under and get prepped into make into another field. This is going to be a huge expansion for this field, particularly when you look at the cornfield there that we did have. This is going to be triple the size, even 4 times the size of it. It's going to be a massive increase in the area for us, which is going to be fantastic. It's really going to help get some more crops in the ground for next season. So we'll go and jump in the excavator, get a little bit of a guide on how it all works, and then see if we can get some of these trees pulled down. Well, basically, if we turn our bucket on, you see the icon in the top left corner goes from white to blue. That is basically going to get it to work a little bit like a mulch or a chainsaw. And there you go, you can see all the foliage has disappeared off the tree. Now if we just manipulate the bucket around a little bit against the tree, we should be able to get it to act a little bit like it's pushing the tree over. A little bit hit and miss exactly where you need to be with it, whether you have to have the grab open or not, but I kind of find if you go in there we go, on top. So we start to break some of those bits and pieces down, we should be able to manipulate this into a position where we get rid of the whole tree as well as the stump. Now if I leave this turned on, we could go through and mulch all of the branches away, but if we also leave it turned off, if we turn it off, we can move those branches. So turn that off, we should be able to go and grab some of these little branches with the grapple. A little bit harder with the smaller ones, but get in there. Go. We can pick those up and take them to somewhere, maybe over by this tree here, more in the middle, where we're going to create a little bit of a fire. It's probably not a bad spot. It dropped out, and we'll carry on. Does mean you can come back, and if we didn't want to have to carry all of the little branches that fall off around, we can turn the bucket back on, come over and sort of just drag around near it, and it will sort of make that tree disappear. The other beauty is if you drag the bucket in the ground, it will add that texture there on the ground, so you can make sure you have got rid of all the stumps and everything like that. So we're just going to move on. I'm going to go through and clear some trees out here, get rid of as many as we can, and get another pile going ready to be burnt. We've finally got the hang of it, and just on to what should be our last tree to knock down. These ones here tended to be a little bit easier because they tended to fall down because they only have the one branch trunk coming out of the ground. The ones that had quite a few coming out of the ground were a little bit harder to manage, but we just need to get that in the sweet spot. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can get that picked up and put on the pile, and then we'll come in and get rid of the trunk and everything like that. But this is going to be a big pile. It's going to be a nice warm fire when we get this one lit. Not too bad in this time of year, October, to be burning fires. And a bit of moisture around, so it's looking pretty green. We're not going to have to worry too much around anything there, but let's just see. I managed to get this picked up. Here we go. Right. Put this over there, and there you go. There is our a rather large pile of dead trees. I'll just try and get that in a good position. Probably not as good as I wanted it to be, but that'll do. And in fact, I'll probably just about be able to cut the other part of the trunk down, or knock the other part of the trunk down. Let's see if we can get that one put up too. Let's just have a look. See if we can get that to go. Oh, we might just use the bucket to mulch that up. Get rid of it there. Clear the ground. A little bit of wood there. Just on the right. We can get rid of all of that. I think that will be us pretty much done. What's this piece here? Let's see, can we get that mulched or cut up? Make it disappear. There we go. Right. Well, I think, looking around, that is us pretty much sorted. So we'll run this back over down towards the truck so they can load it up, and then we'll get these fires lit. Get this going. Alright, let's see about getting this lit. We'll throw a match in there. We've put a little bit of fuel in to get things running, and there we go. Everything has just disappeared just like that. Pretty fast, pretty prompt, and everything's looking pretty well cleared away, which is fantastic. So we'll go down and we'll move down, get the other one done. I did see a bit of wood here. I wonder if we could get that picked up and thrown on, but I'm not seeing it show up on my trigger there. We did just get it for a second. There we go. Alright, we'll go over and throw this in and get rid of that bit. See if that burns away. It has. Excellent. Alright, we'll let that one burn out and we'll go down and deal with the other one. But there we are, that's the other one burning, so we'll just let that run for a while, and I'm sure those trees will burn down in no time. It'd be fantastic to get those all cleared out, because already I can see the potential of this field, pending, of course, getting the Ford running properly, because it's going to take us a while, if she's not running at full capacity, to get everything done. So that's going to be certainly a job we're going to spend a little bit of time on over the next few hours, just doing a little bit more searching, see if we can get someone to come and give us a hand, because I think if we can get some help and get a mechanic out here, they'll be able to realise the full potential. It's probably something simple I've just completely overlooked, but I'm not a sound mechanically minded person. Basics I can do, but when it starts to get into things like power loss or anything like that, things get just a little bit trickier for me. But it's been a successful day. We've managed to make a whole lot of new land over on the other fields. We've managed to clear all of this out, so we've got plenty more space here to explore and expand into. And well, so far it's cost us $5,000 to do all of this with the excavator hire for the day, for having them here and running through and doing all this for us. So it's not too bad. Next time we'll obviously be hoping to plough the rest of this, and we'll be getting out with the soil sampler, making sure we can get all those samples done so that we can get those off to the agronomist and we can find out exactly what we need to do with getting some lime spread across these fields. But that will do it for this one. I hope you've enjoyed this episode. As always, thank you all very much for watching, and we'll catch you in the next one. Well, howdy folks, Argsy here. Isn't it amazing what you can find when you're just scrolling through Facebook? Zach Johnson, you guys know, the millennial farmer, shared a post. Hang on, let me find it for you, I'll show it to you. There's Cold the Corn Star, we've got Farming Simulator, the Farm Sim Guy, Creative Mesh, Argsy Gaming, he's doing well. Here it is. So, Farmers Business Network are offering 0% finance on all your inputs. So we've just been going through everything we need for next year. Seeds, fertilizers, herbicides, yes, the plan is to apply all of those, and ordering what we need. So that is going to hopefully save us quite some money in the long run, or at least allows us to buy it now, and we're not quite going to have to worry as much about the costs. But what's the plan for today? Well, we've actually got a mechanics up over at the tractor taking a look. We managed to get someone to come in and to take a look at that, and we'll go over and have a chat to them very, very soon. But while they're doing that, we're going to go and get hooked up to the side-by-side, take that over to the 2 fields we ploughed up last time, and we're going to go through and get those sampled. Hopefully, by the time we're finished, and back here, the mechanic's going to be all finished up, and the Ford and that plough are going to be running as good as new, and we can get into that CRP land over the road and get that ploughed up. So let's go get hooked up. We'll jump over and see the mechanic, and then head on down to the fields. Alright, there we go, we'll get that hooked up there, make sure we have the lights plugged in, and just double check everything's still strapped down. Looks to be nice and secure. So let's just, in fact, we'll just leave that there. We'll go for a little bit of a walk up and over. No point dragging this further than we need to, but yeah, look at how much different it looks already with all of those trees gone. It's going to make a big difference. We'll just come in and jump the ditch here, climb up the side. So much space up in here. Now, a few people said, why don't you cut the grass, use it for some silage? Well, the fact it's been CRP land for quite some time, there's not much nutritional value. It's pretty overgrown, weedy. It's not the best ground, so it's probably not really worth it for doing that. But there we go. There is the mechanic, and interestingly enough, and they did let me know this, the issue appears to be more with the plough. The tractor, they said they couldn't find anything wrong with the tractor, and that was evident, I suppose, from us, that we could drive along the road, full speed, top gear, and it wasn't struggling at all. But as soon as we dropped the plough down in the ground, slowed us down, and they found half the bearings in it were toast. So they've gone through and they're replacing a whole lot of bearings in there, and hopefully that means everything's going to spin a whole lot more freely. Just all the extra load that was trying to go through those by not having those discs and that spinning around was just putting the load on the tractor, and it just couldn't handle it. I know we're close to capacity, close to needing more maximum power. I think it's what did I say, 335 horsepower in the Ford, and that plough needs about 300 horsepower to run it. So we don't have a lot of spare, but it certainly wasn't helping having some broken, damaged bearings in there. So fingers crossed, once they're all finished here, things will be looking much better, and we'll be able to go a little bit faster, which will be good, because not too much land down there as we know, but we still do have all of this to plough up. So we'll be back, hopefully before sunsets, and getting that ploughed. But first things first, let's go back down, jump in the pickup. I'm going to head on over and get those 2 fields sampled. Here we are, just pulling up to the first field that we ploughed. Just get our indicators on and turn into the driveway here. I've done a little bit of research. I don't actually know if this is our driveway, so you can see we don't actually have a proper field entrance in here, so we might have to go and find out who owns what's down there. In fact, I don't even know what's down there. Let's just go have a very quick look. But we might have to go and have a chat to them and see whether we can share the access. Looks like there's a bit of a pond and that down there. A couple of trees. Almost looks like a bit of a building platform at some stage, but who knows? Maybe they've been excavating something out of here. There's a bit of a depression and everything. Almost, yeah, does feel like perhaps they're going to develop or build something. Ah, look at that. Wow. I reckon it's going to be a house or something like that. Look at that view. That's not bad, is it? I could handle that. Anyhow, we might have a chat to them and make sure that they are comfortable with these using that entrance all the time, because it is the one we've been defaulting to. And perhaps we'll have to look at getting a proper access put into this field at some stage. But let's go and get this side-by-side off the back here, and we will go and make a start in the soil sampling. Alright, let's go and have a look at how all this works. The agronomist gave me a pretty quick rundown on it. It's pretty simple, so we'll just have a look. Now, he said there's a little display we can bring up. There we go, that's got that there, and that will show us our sample radius. So I think we just have to get it unfolded. There we go. Now we can see, we've got that little green circle over our field map, so we can go in a little bit further by the looks of things. Get to a spot where we cover most of our ground. That looks like a good spot there. And then we should just turn it on, throws it down on the ground, and it will start flashing while it's doing a sample. And it stops flashing, there we go, green, and we've got a bit of a soil sample there now. So obviously that's not worth anything yet, the soil's just got to be taken down and tested in the lab. So until we do that, these are just bits of dirt, mean nothing, but we need to record where they came from, which field it was from, and go from there. So we'll try and do a little bit of a grid. If we go around the outside of the field first, kind of, I guess, the headlands, it's actually going to work out quite well looking at the width we have compared to where we've ploughed. So we'll be able to cover off this pretty reasonably quickly, I think. But we'll just carry on. The next one done. And once we're finished, we'll have to put these in a tray in the back of the pickup. And then we will, once we've done everything, all the fields, we'll make sure we catalogue them correctly so we know which fields they came from. And then we'll be taking them back to the lab, dropping off the side-by-side at the same time, and get these down to be tested. So let's carry on. We'll get this field done, head on up the road to the second one, and hopefully by then, like I said, the plough's done. It is getting late in the day, it's almost 4 o'clock, so hopefully the light hangs around long enough that we can get in and get that field ploughed up, all that CRP land done before the end of the month. So we'll carry on here into the field, get this one done, and we'll touch base with you soon. Well, there we go, first field done. I'm not sure how many samples we took, but if we bring up the bigger map, we can have a look and see that we did cover the whole field. So there you go, you can see on the right here, soil sample taken, and we've got that whole field covered. So from there, we're going to head down and tackle this one up here, field 93 as well, and then we'll have the ones over the road left to do when we get into it. But actually looking at that, look at how much land, it's just where we've cut trees. I think we come all the way back up in here, so we're going to double the size of this field 92. It's that's pretty impressive. I'm looking forward to that, but we'll worry about that a little bit later. Let's focus on getting what we're doing now finished off, and then we'll head back over, hopefully get that plough up and going again. So moving up the road, just about to pull here into the next field. Get an indicator on, and we'll get turned in here and get everything unloaded up in the field. Now this one should take a little bit longer than the last. I don't know, I think they're very similar in size, but I just feel like this one's going to take a bit longer. We will find out. Anyhow, let's get this all unfolded, get everything unstrapped before it glitches out, and then we can leave that just sitting there, and we'll go and get started on the sampling in this one. And exactly the same as the last field, it's just a case of running around, keeping an eye on our sample radius and making sure we cover as much of the field as we can. Now we've reset our samples, they are in the back of the pickup, we've got them separated out, so we're now moving into this field, and we'll be labelling these ones clearly so we know which field did what. But let's just carry on again, just time lapse a little bit more and catch you when we're finished. Well, I think that is our last sample, just the last little one there for a piece we couldn't quite pick up. But we will go and double check back down in the pickup, have a look at the big map and make sure we have covered everything. But that hasn't taken us too long. I thought it might have taken a little bit longer, but this little Kubota side-by-side actually pretty fast and nimble, gets around and covers the field pretty quick. But we will back ourselves up onto the trailer. There's also not much space between the front and the back of the trailer for this. It's only just fits on, but there we go. That does that pretty well. There we are. Let's just go as far as we can. Here we go. I think that's about us. We'll leave that there. Jump off and have a quick look. No, better go back a bit further. It's not quite far enough, so we'll fix that out. But just before we do, let's go and have a look at the soil sampling. And yep, there we go. Field 93 fully covered, and field 121 fully covered. So we'll get this all packed up. We will head back over, see how the mechanics going on the tractor and plough, and we will go and make a start, hopefully, on ploughing that land up. We'll just have to wait and see. Fingers crossed, things are working better for us. So we'll see you back over there. We'll head on up over here and go and park on the side of the cornfield. Looks like the mechanic's left. The tractor's in a slightly different position. And, okay, looks like he might have done a couple of sample or test strips just down there in the corn. So that's boding well. We'll just leave this, I guess, here. It's as good as anywhere. We'll jump out and we'll go and see what we've got here. Fingers crossed, things are going to be running a whole lot better. Nice new shiny bearings there in the back. They won't be shiny for very long, but at least they will be turning without as much resistance as the other lot did. So let's jump up here into the Ford and we'll go make a start. Before we do, let's just go for a quick wander around, make sure they did get all the branches up and out of here. Also had the fire in here, no issues with that, but yeah, look at that. This is going to be fantastic once we get this all cleared out. Get all these shrubs and little sort of sapling trees that have seeded while it's been CRP land. There's one little bit of branch there, that should mulch up alright. So yeah, let's go and see what sort of job this is going to do. Get this lowered down, make our way here into the field, or out of the field in fact, into our new field. There we go, we're getting that ploughed up already, so fingers crossed the bushes are going to disappear. No, okay. This is a little farm sim bug, so we're just going to have to fix this. We will paint some grass down to get rid of those, and then we will go through and plough it. So I'll go and sort that out, tidy that up, and then we'll be able to get into doing some ploughing. Let's try this again, get that plough lowered back down, and see if we have any better luck. As you can see, all of the bushes that were here in this area are now gone, so that shouldn't cause us any problems, and we are able to plough up through where they were. So let's just also see, get a bit of a grasp here on the tractor. Look at that, we're already up to 7 miles per hour. I don't think we hit 7 once when we were ploughing the last field, so I still know it's a pretty slow plough. There's probably some faster alternative options out there, but this is the best one. Well, it's all we have. We don't have a choice of what farm equipment Uncle had, but this is certainly probably the best one that we had an option out of. So let's just get into it. We will start going around here. It is nice to be going a little bit faster though, so fingers crossed. It won't take us too long to get across this land, and it is it's going to be a great addition. This field's going to be fantastic. So we'll carry on, get this done, and then we'll have the soil sampling left to do on this and the other big fields just on the other side of the trees. So plenty still to do before the sun goes down tonight. Job done, and that was much better. That Ford was going a lot faster than it did last time. I have noticed it could be an issue with the gearbox. It was shifting a few gears, and if it went too high gear, it would get bogged down. If we manually shifted down, it seemed to fix things up. So it could be a little bit of an issue there with the gearbox rather than anything else. But at least it was working better than we thought. A little bit of wood that we didn't quite get picked up, or that the excavator didn't get rid of. So we'll have to go through and, I don't know what we'll do. Might just throw it into the bushes where we can to see about getting rid of some of these last little stumps. I did think we'd manage to clear them all, but not quite. But there we go. This is all the ploughing done, all our field expansion pretty much complete. And I don't know about you, that looks like a photo for the gram. So we'll just quickly grab a shot, and we'll be using this somewhere. Look at that. She's looking at a picture. The lights on, light setting in the background. And what a view this is. Actually, from standing up here, we really haven't taken time to fully appreciate how beautiful it is standing up here. So I think we found our home. I think we might be here for some time. I could certainly spend some time looking at this view, but that's not what we've got to do. We still have to get these soil samples finished off, so we'll let the tractor cool down for just a little bit more. We'll get it turned off, and then we'll jump in, get that all set up and running, and go around and soil sample all of this. It's going to take some time because we've got all of that land around the other side of the trees to do. So we'll get the Kubota off the back and we'll get started. There we are, we've got the Kubota unloaded and ready to go. That should be good to shut down now. So we'll get up in here, turn off all the lights, make sure everything is off, and that'll be nice and cool. And we'll leave it there. We'll come over and pick it up a little bit later, maybe later on tonight. We'll see how we go, otherwise it can be a job for in the morning. But let's jump in here. We're going to go for another drive around the field. This will be a little bit bigger job this time around because we've got a lot more area to cover. So no point sitting here talking about it. Let's go and get started. I think this should be our very last sample here in the field. We'll do a double check in just a second. I know there's a couple of really small little spots we didn't quite get, but I think we've done a pretty good job on covering everything off. It's a boring task, it's a pretty laborious task, but it is a necessary task for us to really try and maximise the yields we have here on the farm and actually get some real good crop off these fields. With the expansion we've done, with some clever application of lime, some good nitrogen application as well when we're planting our crops, then I think we could be looking at some really good yields. So we'll just head back on up here. In fact, before we go too far, we will just double check and make sure we don't have to go and fill in any blank spots. And there you go, you can see just a couple of little spots here around the edge of the river, a couple of spots there, but other than that, we've pretty much picked up everything. And there you go, you can get a really good sense of how big that field is now. So previously, we went pretty much straight across there. So we have added quite a decent amount of size in there. Likewise with this one, I think we added in that big chunk and a little bit down here as well. And this field here, a little bit harder to tell, but we've definitely added some area into all of them. So the fields definitely have got bigger, which is what we were aiming to do, what we're setting out to do, and we've definitely achieved that. So let's go up, get everything packed up. We need to unload all the samples out of here, put them into the pickup, and run them on down to the agronomist to his office, and he will make sure they end up at the lab and get tested, and we should have those back sometime in early November from what he's told us. That's us all loaded up, and we're on our way out of here. Now I did leave this sort of strip along here as a little bit of an access way in and out of the field rather than just coming straight in over the bridge. I thought we'd keep just a little bit of width there. Probably not completely necessary, but it is what we had to do. So I think, if I recall correctly, his office is down this way, so we'll head on down and go and get this all returned to him and get those soil samples dropped off. So just down here near GW Grains, here goes the train in fact, and just up here on the left, pretty sure this is the agronomist. Yeah, I can see his red pickup down there. So I'm not sure where we're going to leave this trailer. Might just have to back it in there in front of the door and figure out a way to get out, but we'll go inside, find out where they want to leave it, and we'll get these samples in there. 125 samples in total is what we've taken, so I think he quoted us $30,000, but we'll go and check. We'll go and double check and see what it is going to be. And that's us done. We're just going to leave the trailer there. He's going to take that with him. Doesn't leave it here because there's nowhere for it to be locked up securely, so it goes back to his house and gets stored in his shed. But soil samples all delivered. We should be all good to now. Hopefully find out exactly what the condition there of our ground is and exactly what we're going to have to do. Particularly around the lime. That is going to be our first job that we need to do to get done. So let's head on back down to the yard, but that is going to do it for me. It is getting dark, it's getting late. I'm going to go home and have some supper and look forward to more work and more adventures when we roll over into November. So, as always, I hope you've enjoyed this episode. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Howdy folks, Argsy here, nice to see you all again. Now this is not what it looks like. We're not buying a new farm, and we're certainly not getting into hog farming. What we are doing was checking out a field that is potentially available for lease. We're having a chat to the local farmer here. He's not planning to put anything into this field for next year. He was looking for someone to come in and farm it. So we're looking at that as potentially an option. I did mention, and some people have said, why don't we lease a little bit more land to try and get a little bit more turnover into the farm. I need to crunch the numbers on the value of the lease and figure out if we put a crop in there, whether we can actually earn anything off it or it's just going to be paying for the leasing costs. So a little bit of maths to do there. There is also a few other options around that we could look at. There's a few smaller fields that I know are available, as well as this one. This one's not quite nice because it's large and quite a regular shape, but there's a few smaller ones. The hard part is that there's a lot of land around here for lease, but it is covered in trees, so you're paying a lot for not a great arable area on some of the land. So worth considering, worth trying to figure out, but well, it wouldn't be a bad field. I think we can head back that way, back to the farm if we wanted to. That'd take us all the way down to the GW grain, but we're going to go this way, head on up here, because we've got the co-op out. We've got our field data back, all of the statistics, everything we need to know from the testing that was done last time, and they are here to get some lime applied. So the job today, we will be following around behind them with the big disc harrow, and we will be running around and trying to get that lime all chopped down into the ground, worked into the soil, so that when we come to plant into it in the new year, in spring, we'll be giving our crops the best chance possible and getting that pH level just as good as we can. So we'll head on back down this way. We'll go and find where the co-op have set up and catch up with them, make sure they've got all the right data downloaded and that, so they're applying the lime at the right rate, and then we'll be getting up to the yard and getting into our work. So we'll see you down there. So I think that somewhere down here they said they were going to start off in the big field, which was close to home, one we could get down to easier, and there we go, just in there. So we'll just wait here for a clearing in the traffic. That indicator on, car coming behind us. There we go, we can get past them and pop in here, but they look like they've started to load up and getting ready to go, because they need that data that we've got, which has the soils data in it. So we'll head on over, go and give that to the driver and get them up and underway. Now we're paying for the lime, so we haven't paid anything yet. We'll pay for the amount of lime used and also the time that's put onto the spreader. So that's how things we figured out. We'll figure that all out at the end, exactly how much it has cost us. That's how they work. They charge on product use and time spent rather than giving us a price up front, because obviously the amount of lime that needs to go on will vary depending on the soils conditions. So we'll go and get that given to the driver. We'll get him uploaded and get them underway. But as you can see, just having a look there, the pH value is not actually too bad on this bit of land. 6, and we'll be aiming for 6.5. In fact, while we're just standing here, let's go and take a very quick look at all the data that came in. So there you go, looking across this, we've got a really good mix of loamy sand, sandy loam and loam across most of the fields. Just a little bit of silty clay up here in field 93, which is obviously the worst of the soils that we want. We want lots of loam. Loamy sand's not the best, but as you notice, it is down and follows the sort of path of the stream and that down at the bottom of this field, whereas the rest is all the sort of sandy loam and loam, which is probably just about ideal. So we've struck oil a little bit with that one, got a little bit lucky with the underlying soil conditions, which will again help boost our yields up. But let's go and get that data plugged into the spreader and let them get up and underway, and we might just watch and join in for a little bit, watch along. Might even throw the drone up while they're doing this, because until they've got some of the field covered, there's not a great deal we can do other than going and getting the Ford, getting the cultivator hooked up to the back, the disc carrier, and coming on down here and getting ready to start. Alright, and there we go, they're getting the rest of the lime up there, and that is the spreader fully loaded. I think, what have we used up? Almost half of that trailer load, so it's a fair amount of capacity gets in here. They've got the sides up on the back of the hopper, which gives you a little bit more capacity. Now for anyone interested, I have gone and replaced my lime textures with those recently released on ModHub, the lime prefab, just to give it that more, well, dare I say, lime colour. My experience, lime is not a bright iridescent white, it is more of a yellowy, browny, sandy type colour, so I'm quite looking forward to seeing how this looks once it gets spread out on the field and things like that. But that is what we've done, and that's why the lime looks like a slightly different colour. So let's get this guy up and underway. He's got the data all plugged in now, so we should be able to get them moving, and we'll ride along for a little bit, grab a few shots, throw the drone up, and then we'll be into some cultivating. well that's the field finished, and I believe the tender's now out of line. This guy's going to head on up. He's going to go do the CRP field, the big one that we ploughed. Well, when I say big, the expanded field that we ploughed with the CRP land up by the main yard. So we're going to leave them to do that. We're going to leave this guy to head off and go and get another load of lime. Hopefully there'll be enough in the spreader there to do that CRP field. Not sure. We'll just have to wait and see how it works out. But it's good to look down here. See our pH value is sitting there right on perfect for sandy loam. So that does bode well for getting our crops in here and making ourselves the chance to have a perfect yield. But now that they've got this field finished, we need to head back up to the yard, go and grab the Ford, hook it up to that disc harrow and come down and make a start on getting this all chopped up. Mulch all the corn stubble, everything down into the ground, get the lime work down in as well, so when it's frozen over or get some snow on it or whatever happens in winter, it's going to have its best chance to release all of that lime and really work on that pH value. So leave these guys to it and we will head on up to the farm. Alright, let's go and get this all warmed up. Here we are. Starts first time, which is always nice. Now we head on over. We've got the cultivator parked in here under the tree, the disc harrow, so we're going to get that hooked up here to the tractor and we'll head on over and make a start in that field that's just had all that lime applied to it. So fingers crossed this is going to take a little less time than all the ploughing did, just on the basis. Jump out there and go and check and get that drawbar pin in. We can. Here we go. Hopefully on the basis that this runs a little bit faster than what we could with the plough, and that it is a wider width, so fingers crossed we can cover a bit more land a little bit quicker. Let's get that all hooked up. We'll pull out of there. We're going to head across the road. We'll drive up over through the entrance over the road and head on into that main part of the field. Now we will try and do the middle part of the field first, and then we'll go around the headlands last, as is good practice when you're doing some tillage work. Let's just drive up and around here. Looks like I can see some lime already on this field, so I've obviously managed to get in here with the spreader. Now, while I remember, I've been meaning to say as well, you'll notice our money has gone down $43,600, so we've paid 30 grand for the soil sampling. That was the cost of the sampling as well as leasing the equipment, and we've also paid 5 grand to the mechanic to repair the tractor and the, well, it was mainly the plough, replace the bearings and that, so that cost us 5 grand to get that all done, and 30 grand for the soil sampling. So that is where that is all gone. Right, let's head on down here. Now I was trying to figure out the best way to do this. I'm going to try and set up on a little bit of an angle across the field, separate to what we did the land on, what it's been harvested on, and also what it has been spread on. Now, just as well, we have managed to get coarse play to work. This little strip of grass there is a little bit wider than it has been. We've just done that, and of course now as well, because this is one field rather than two, it seems to be working out much better. So get that turned on. Now I was going to do this on an angle thinking I had GPS, but of course this tractor's not equipped with guidance steering, so we're stuck with what we've got. But there we go, already reaping the benefits. 11 miles per hour here running with the plough, or with the cultivator, in that nice texture there of all the stubble and everything getting chopped down into the ground, along with all the lime and everything like that. So I don't think there's much else to do than for you to sit back, relax, and we will get this field done. We'll keep an eye on the lime spreader, because they're not going to take too long. Just about spin around and see them. There they are, just running around the field for the second time. That was a mistake I made on the first field here, only having a single headland pass. So I'm doing that one twice. Won't take them long to get that done, and then they'll be over into the other one. So we're just going to carry on, get this field done, and then we'll be moving into the next ones. pleased this goes faster than the plough and is slightly wider than it, because that would have taken a long time. It took longer than I was expecting, to be perfectly honest with you. I suppose we were doing 2 fields. We added that second field in, merged those 2 together, so it was a little bit more space, but good job actually. I'm quite impressed with how that all looks now, with the textures and everything like that in it. Obviously we've got these little bits around the outside which weren't seeded when we started the save, and that little bit of grass down the middle there which pulled up that field and made it into one. But that's, yeah, it's looking pretty good. So I think we might just jump straight into this one. It's going to be a little bit different doing this. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do it. Probably break it into 2 sections. Do this little bit over here and then the new part on the other side, and then we can go around the headlands and get things cracked out and opened up in that. The lime spreader has moved over into the other fields. It was on the one up the road near the winery. I'm not much sure how much further they have to go or how much more they've got to go, but we're just going to carry on here, try and get this field done as well, and then we might have to save the rest, get done in the next episode.
We got our windows down, driving down the 405, sing along to the radio. We're gonna make it someday, nothing's gonna get in our way. We will be the biggest band in town. Round and round the world we'll go, putting on the greatest show. So make sure that you don't miss out, just be there. We're taking our shot, bring what you got. We're going all the way to the top. We will hear the sound of 1 million people screaming our names when we're backstage. We'll play loud, surfing the crowd. Everybody's jumping around. Yeah, that's the place where I wanna be. Going on stage, headline on a Saturday night. Saturday night. Gonna quit my job, never wanna have no bars. I just wanna play my rock and roll like they do on the radio. Tommy's got brand new drums, and I still have my old guitar. And John said this next song's gonna be real good, if you know what I mean. Round and round the world we'll go, putting on the greatest show. So make sure that you don't miss out, just be there. We're taking our shot, bring what you got. We're going all the way to the top. We will hear the sound of 1 million people screaming our names when we're backstage. We'll play loud, surfing the crowd. Everybody's jumping around. Yeah, that's the place where I wanna be. Going on stage, headline on a Saturday night. Saturday night. Round and round the world we'll go, putting on the greatest show. So make sure that you don't miss out, just be there. Oh, just be there. We're taking our shot, bring what you got. We're going all the way to the top. We will hear the sound of 1 million people screaming our names when we're backstage. We'll play loud, surfing the crowd. Everybody's jumping around. Yeah, that's the place where I wanna be. Going on stage, headline on a Saturday night. Saturday night.
There's quite a good looking texture here with the cultivated state in a ploughed field. I'm not sure what's happened with those little patches there. They seem to correlate with where the trees were, so yeah, I'm not sure whether we're going to have to go over those at some stage and tidy them up or what the story is. We'll have to address that when we've got a little bit further. But there we go, another field done, leaving us just the two over remotely from the farm, one north and one sort of south of where we are to get done. But I did get a call while we were doing this one from the co-op. They've had a chain break on the spreader, so I'm just having to get a part for that and hopefully get that sorted out. But it means we can't carry on in the cultivator just now. We'll just have to park up and wait till they're finished. Hopefully before that rain arrives. I did see that that was popping up on the forecast, so we will keep an eye on that. But I do have a couple of errands to run. I'm going to pop down into the bank and have a chat to them about borrowing some money to build the bins. We talked about it a couple of episodes ago, using the potential extra income we could make from storing crops and selling them at their peak rather than taking them straight to market. And I'm going to go and put a bit of a proposition towards the bank about borrowing some money against that. So we will see what they have to say, but we'll save that for next time. Today I think that is going to be a perfect spot to wrap up for this episode. As always, I hope you've enjoyed that. I hope you're enjoying the series. I'm certainly enjoying making it and putting it all together. And yeah, thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Well, howdy folks, Argsy here. We've just come out of a meeting with the bank manager, and I'll tell you what, this weather matches my mood right now. I am not very happy. We can't borrow any more money for the bins, or at least we can't get any more money against the farm. I didn't realise, no one had told me, uncle and aunt didn't think to tell me that there was a $750,000 loan against the farm already, and that they've been struggling to make payments. I mean, I'm not surprised they've been struggling to make repayments on it, considering the way they were farming, but they didn't think to tell me. So, well, you know, can't begrudge the bank that they're not going to lend us any more money. That's just how banks work. So we're going to have to come up with a different solution there. I might look, I don't know, maybe we'll see if there's someone around we can lease some space off. Maybe we can find out if we can get an ag bag or something like that. I mean, I've got money. We've got money from that we brought up with us, or down with us from Chilliwack. Do we invest in the farm? I don't know if that's something we really want to do at this stage, particularly considering they haven't been honest with us, but we're going to have to give that a little bit of thought now about what we're going to do with the crops for next year, because, you know, I thought we had a pretty good business case for it. So anyhow, let's get on back down to the farm. Hopefully, forecast was for just some passing showers, hopefully clearing in about half an hour or so. Obviously the co-op didn't get that line finished before the rain came. They still had issues with the spreader with the broken chain, so fingers crossed they've managed to get that repaired, or using this sort of stoppage for weather as a chance to get that all fixed as well. And once it's stopped raining, they can get back up spreading. So let's head on back down to the yard. We're going to, we might actually pull the combine into the workshop for a little bit, spend a little bit of time getting that sorted out, winterized, to make sure it's all happy and good to go for next season, because, well, if we can't borrow any more money against the farm, we're not really going to be in the position to buy a new combine anytime soon, unless, like I said, unless we come up with some other revenue sources somewhere. So anyhow, we'll wait and see. Now, just as I go around the corner, thank you for the advice about turning on a right hand even on a red. Thank you, Heavy Metal Gaming, for that. I was driving to New Zealand conditions, not to American conditions, so look at that, you live and you learn. Anyhow, we'll catch you back down at the yard. Well, I suppose it would be a good idea to give this a bit of a clean off before we get it all put away, backed into the shed. I think I'm going to be able to fit the combine in, just not the header, and be able to give it a little bit of a once over, make sure everything's good and working. But I hadn't actually noticed this before. Got a little hose down here, so be able to grab that, just pick that up. There we go, and go and give the combine a little bit of a hose off. Hopefully it'll come off all right with the rain. It's probably going to help make everything a little bit looser and everything like that. So we're just going to race around and do this, give it as good a clean off as we can, try and get all the spots, and then we'll give the header a once over as well, and then we'll get back into the shed and go over everything, make sure everything's looking good figure out if we need to order any parts or anything like that, and if there's going to be any maintenance we need to do on it over winter, because like I say, I think we're going to be stuck with this for the foreseeable future anyhow. Not that I'm disappointed about that, it did a pretty good job, but it would be nice to try and find a way we can upgrade equipment. I'm looking over there and I can see the shed in the background too. Doesn't look like we're going to be getting a roof on that anytime soon. Anyhow, maybe I need to start up and give a little. Would you donate? GoFundMe? GoFundMe for the farm. Who knows? Probably not. It's probably not the right thing to do, but anyhow, that's looking much better, isn't it? Right. We'll give it that a... just turn that off. There we go. And got a few other things to clean off too. We've got the header and the plough and everything like that. But let's get this backed in and we'll have a little bit of a tinker with it while this rain's still around. That actually fits in alright, I think. The header just there forward of the shed. But just enough height to get the hopper in, even with those wooden extensions on the top. So there we go. Right, I'm going to spend a bit of time. Let's go grab some tools, get some panels off and go and give it a bit of a once over. Well, we've made a bit of progress, but as you can see, the rain has stopped. It stopped about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, and we've got the sun back out. So I think it hasn't rained that much. I was just looking around. We haven't got any puddles or anything on the yard. It was just more of a sort of hour and a half long sort of light drizzle shower. Too much for them to be spreading the lime, because obviously you don't want the lime getting wet until it's on the ground at least, but probably not too wet for us to get down there and carry on with the cultivating. So we will jump into the Ford and head on down and see if they're back up and running. In fact, I'll give them a call and make sure they are working again, that they've got the spreader going, and then we'll pop on down there. But we managed to get the filters off, get into the air cleaner and a few of those things done, get them blown out and cleaned up, so everything's looking reasonably good. There's a few parts that I've identified that we might see about ordering and getting replaced, but like I said when we were looking at the plough and the tractor, I'm not the most mechanically minded person, so it might even be worth getting someone to come in and have a little bit of a once over on it. But we'll see, we'll figure that one out. That mechanic who came and fixed things up here on the tractor, or with the plough I should say, he was pretty good value, so maybe we'll get them out again. Anyhow, let's jump up in the old girl and we'll head on down to the field. Now, just as we're driving down here, I did just want to say thank you to everyone who gave me some suggestions and advice on leasing fields. That was a pretty overwhelming response on the survey. I'm just going to double check there's no traffic coming. There's a car there. Wait for that. That looks clear now. Yeah, we're good to go. Yeah, huge response, so thank you everyone for your advice. It was sort of overwhelmingly in favour of doing something with leasing, but pretty even split on whether just to go full on, don't care about anything else, or whether to take a little bit of a step back and run the numbers and make sure it's worthwhile doing rather than just jumping in the deep end. So we're going to take a little bit more time and give that some more consideration, but I do like the idea of doing it, so we'll just wait and see. I will try and run the numbers and figure out if it's affordable. But of course, being November, as much as it'd be nice to tidy up and have a lease sorted out for next year, we're not going to be planting anything until March, April, so we've got a couple of months to figure some things out there anyhow. So that's where we're sitting at with that leasing idea. It's not dead in the water, but it's certainly something we're going to give a little bit more consideration, but we'll go a little bit carefully with it. Anyhow, let's carry on up this way. Can't actually see that wing mirror very well where I'm sitting here. But we will get on up and easily enough to turn in from this direction and get started on some cultivating up here. I did bring the co-op and they were back up and working, so no issues and nothing to wait for there. And there you go, as I said, they're all up and going. So they've only got this little bit of the field left to do, which is pretty good. It's just having a chat to the truck driver. He's just about to head off. He's empty, so we've put on another full tender load. So that's 2 tenders that have gone onto our fields. We've got the one field left just up the road, so he's going to head on down into town, get topped up and then meet the spreader back down there. He's going to have enough to finish this off, which is good. And where we're walking right now, that's obviously already had some lime on it. You can see it there on the ground, and our little information meter there down the bottom is telling us that our pH value is perfect, so that's pretty good. I'm impressed with that. So we'll leave them working on this side of the field. We're going to head over and start on the other end and work our way back down this way. So just having a look at the shape of the field, I reckon if we start somewhere around here, sort of head across diagonally, we could actually break this down into some longer runs, which will hopefully mean we can get through it just that little bit faster. So I think if we sort of start off about here, we're going to have some bits in here. Obviously, again, it's a very irregular shaped field, so it's never ever going to work out perfectly, but I think we come in here somewhere like this, it's going to work out pretty well. Now, I don't know if you noticed in the last episode, but I've had to manually shift gears to get this up to speed. So there we go, we go into third, and then if we pop up into fourth, it will actually run along there at close to 11 miles per hour. So that is what we've had to do to actually get it up to speed. It's more of an issue with the gearbox and the ratios there, and it not shifting on its own to get into it. We lost power on a few hills last time, which wasn't ideal, but at least we're carrying on and able to go at a faster speed through the majority of the fields. So once again, I think we're just going to carry on and get this done, and we'll catch up with you when we're finished. Well, there we are. That is us done down here in this field, and that went pretty well actually. I'm quite impressed with how we managed to get through that. It's quite a good angle actually to be working on. We've got some good long runs and only a couple of little pieces that we had to go around and do, so that was good. I've heard from the co-op they are all finished, so they're going to send through a bit of an invoice for me for the lime for spreading, for the time spent as well as the cost of the lime. Basically worked out to be 2 full tenders and then about half of the last one, so not too bad. Not too bad at all. Pretty efficient. But yeah, they did a good job. Definitely be trying to get them to do some more work for us over the next wee while. Definitely worth leveraging off the materials and equipment they have access to. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Anyhow, we are going to head on down. We've got one more field to get done. The light at the moment is amazing. I think after that rain, there's a bit of haze in the air and everything like that. It's just a beautiful day to be out doing some work. So let's carry on. We'll get down to the field and get this all finished off. Alright, well here we are, just rolling into the field, and as you can see, another good application of lime put on this one. Now, I'm just trying to figure out what might be the best way to tackle this field. This one might be a little bit different, and we might have to do that little finger we created up there on its own. But then I think if we go diagonally up into the bowl up there in the end, it might actually work out pretty well to get some good decent runs in this field. So, in fact, if we pick the right angle, probably even do better. I think we might go back here and head off pretty much on this angle. So we'll see how this goes. Similar size field now. In fact, I think this one's probably a little bit bigger than the one we were just in, but probably a little bit better length, but more open. So let's just get into it, carry on through here and get this field finished, and be good to have everything pretty much ready to be seeded into when we get to spring. Well, it's taken us a wee while, but there we are, job done. All the fields now have had their lime applied and it has been worked down into the soil, ready to sit there over winter, do its thing, balance out the pH in the soil to hopefully help boost our yields come spring and, of course, more importantly, autumn, when the crops are harvested. But like I said, done. 20 past 4, so not even too late. Still a bit of sun in the sky, which is good. And we'll head on back up to the yard. Gonna get this parked up and put away for the night. Well, there you are. That's us back here. We've got the tractor put away. That door put down on the shed. Obviously, can't close the other one because the combine's still in there. But we've got the plough or the cultivator disconnected back there under the tree. But I had a rather interesting phone call just as we were driving up then. The hog farmer, the field we were looking at, back over in the direction where the sun's setting, he rang me to say the field's not available anymore. Not long after we'd been up to have a look at it, there was someone else came and offered to pay him twice what he'd asked us to pay. And, well, I don't blame him. I wouldn't turn down an offer like that. But why would someone come in and want to offer double what we were trying to pay? It just seems all a little bit strange. So I don't know what to make of that. Kind of, you know, getting told earlier on that we can't borrow any money, and they're finding someone's wanting to pay double for a land lease. Doesn't seem right. Anyhow, I'm not going to let that bother me for now. It's still a nice night. There's still a little bit of sunlight left. I'm going to go grab a fishing rod. I'm going to head on over to the river and go and throw a line in, take my mind off things, or at least give it a chance to think about what's going on and what we might be doing next, because we're at the end of the season, really, aren't we? We've got all our fields prepped and ready to go. Everything's done there. So we're going to have to make a plan for what we're going to do over winter. Try and see if we can tackle some of these projects that we had lined up, like the bins, or at least try and figure out what we're going to do if we can't get a loan to pay for them. So yeah, some things to think about. I'm going to go fishing though. I'm going to take the camera, and if we have any luck, we'll have a little video for you next time. But for today, that's all from me. I hope you've enjoyed this episode. As always, thank you all very, very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Howdy folks, Argsy here. I'll tell you what, it's a little bit cooler now than it was a couple of months ago when I was out fishing. That video brings back some memories though. It was some good fishing that night. Pleased to go and catch a couple of things too, and I'm looking forward to spring coming around and being able to get out and going fishing again, but certainly not going to be doing it in this weather. It's winter chores at the moment. There's not a huge amount to do anywhere actually, except for get things ready for spring and for planting. I'm expecting the first of our FBN deliveries today. If you remember from a couple of videos ago, we did order a whole lot of our inputs, seed, fertilizer, etc. We ordered those through FBN. We got that deal from the Millennial Farmer where we got 0% interest. So we haven't had to pay for anything yet, which is fantastic. But in other news, we have gone down a little bit of money, and obviously we've been trying to make some repayments on that loan that we found out about last time as well. So the 5 grand a month basically going down on that, which is interest of about 2 grand and capital of about 3 grand. So it's going to take some time to get that paid down, which is going to be a little bit frustrating. Plan for today, well, we've got to hang around here for this delivery. I'm not sure what time they're coming in here, but we're going to actually go grab the International, get hooked up to the planter, and just start going over some things before spring does get here. We want to make sure that that's all set up and ready to get going. So we'll jump up in here and go and get it pulled over towards the shed. I don't actually think the planter will fit in the shed. We might just have to back it up and do the best we can in this and around the snow. So we'll go and see. Let's just see how this is going to start. How's she going to go? Look at that, first time. No issues there, but she's going to need some work too, looking down at that damage bar before we do anything in spring. But let's just go and get backed in. I was just about to say, I do wonder if we could back the planter in there, but I don't think it's going to fit in there either. Those aren't the biggest bays. If only we had a shed with a roof on it. But let's go and get hooked up to the planter there. We'll go and get backed up over to the shed. We'll do the best we can with the hand that's been dealt to us, and having a look at how it's all going, how it's all looking, and whether we need to do any work on it, order some parts or not. Alright, well there we go. I think we've managed to get that backed in. Just be able to squeeze in through here so that we can at least work on half of it on this side in the shelter here of the shed. We won't get too wet and damp from the snow, so we can at least work on these rows. Once we've had a look at them and gone over them, we'll be able to turn it around and do exactly the same in from the other angle once we've moved the pickup. So we'll get into this. Like I said, we've got FBN turning up at some stage. What else is there to say? Still doing some work on bins. There hasn't been any change there from the bank. They're still, even though we've managed to make a couple of repayments, they're still not prepared to take any risk on loaning any more money to the farm. And I've given it some more thought about whether it's something I want to buy, and I've decided, no, if I'm going to invest in anything, it's going to be equipment. It's going to be something I can take with me if things really go pear-shaped. If the farm went under or anything like that, at least I could drive off with a tractor or a combine or another piece of equipment. So that's what we're going to do. We are looking at what we might have that we want to buy, and in fact we are going to head off. There's a yard sale happening over at farm, a closing sale, a whole lot of equipment that's up for sale, so we're going to go and check that out in just a little while as well. So like I said, lots of winter chores to do, so let's get into it. Well, we've got about halfway through it, and she's not looking too bad. A few closing wheels need a little bit of attention. We might try and replace a couple if we can source some new ones. There's a couple of bearings that probably need to be replaced, but all in all, not looking too bad. A few loose bolts and that, but nothing you wouldn't expect off something this old. All of the supply pipes and everything like that come out of the seed boxes, they're all looking good. Nothing needing to be done there. The boxes all look in pretty good shape too. Had a look at the fertilizer tanks. No, not too bad. We are only looking at half of it though too. We do need to get in and look at the other side, but it does bode well for that side being in a good condition as well. But you'll see in the background there, we've had Farmers Business Network have turned up, so we need to get this out of the way, grab the skid steer out, and we're going to come and stack all of the seed and fertilizer up against the back wall here in the shed. So we'll go and get that sorted out and go and get this truck unloaded. Alright, looks like we've got some pro boxes there with some corn. I think that's our soybean seed that was coming bagged, which won't be too bad actually, because we're just putting it into those little hoppers, so doing it out of bags probably isn't going to be a bad deal. And then it looks like some big bags of fertilizer sitting up there in the front, so I think the driver's got a jack up in there. He can wheel the boxes and pallets and everything back as we go and drag them out with the skid steer. So we'll go and grab this out. Hopefully she's going to start as well, and go and start getting these unloaded. Oh, look at that, first time. Perfect. Not everything's as run down around here as I'm making it out to be. Alright, let's have a look and just see. Try and get this in the right spot to get it picked up. I'm a little bit worried about the weight. These boxes are bigger than I remember them being. Let's just get in there gently. Oh, Let's see. Oh, I'm a little bit worried. Let's just lower that down there and see if we can get the forks in just a little bit better. There we go, that looks better. Oh no, we're alright. There we go. There's no sudden movements. Lower that down. Just want to drive with it as close to the ground as you can. And let's go and get these stacked up. Now I think we put the corn seed on this side. In fact, there's probably not a huge amount. We can probably just about line it up across the back. But we'll try and keep everything together and get it all unloaded in the same spot. So we'll just get this done and we'll see when we're finished. And there we go, last bag of fertiliser. So 4 fertiliser, 2 pallets of seed and 3 pro boxes. I'm pretty sure there's still 1 more pro box to come. We've also got some herbicide that we've ordered too for tackling any weeds and that. So there is still at least 1 more delivery to come from the FBN guys, but that is them done. So we'll just turn that off. Hopefully we've left enough space to work on the seeder. We should be good on the planter. So just going to double check. I don't think there's anything else in there. No, so we'll just go and sign the delivery docket, record that we have got what we expected, and these guys can get off, and no doubt they will have plenty of deliveries to get done elsewhere. There we are, good to get that all into the shed and into storage, knowing that we are all going to be good to go when it comes time for planting. So, speaking of planting, let's get the planter back in, carry on working with that. We've got about an hour and a half, I think we've got to head off and go and check out this yard sale, closing sale on one of the farms over in that direction, somewhere over that way. So we will go and find them and go and check out what they've got for sale. I'm hoping to pick up a sprayer. I have heard there's a couple of sprayers over there. Not sure what else they're going to have, but we're really only limited with what we're needing to buy. We're definitely going to have to get a sprayer. That's one of the main things that we are missing at the moment. So we'll go and see what they've got for us. Well, that's us all done here checking out the planter. Again, a couple of closing wheels, a couple of the press wheels as well on this side, which were a little bit more worn. I think it might have been one of the shafts, actually, the drive shaft, or whatever you want to call it, that they mount onto might be just a little bit worn out. So I think we might be looking at replacing that. But otherwise, fertilizer tanks, there was one hose which was a little bit loose, but just tighten the clamp up and that seemed to fix it. So that's us all done. Going over the planter for now. We are going to have to order a few parts, get a few bits and pieces in here just to get that up into shipshape condition. But we've got to get to this yard sale, the closing sale at the other farm. That's at midday. So I'm going to go and get this all put away, get this tractor out of the snow. I don't think that the planter fits in that shed over there with the truck, but we will go and check to see whether we can get it in between the posts. I don't think it does, but let's just go find out. Well, I'll tell you what, there is mere millimeters in it. Let's just go and have a look. I think if we didn't have the guide arms on the side there, the row markers, we'd make it in, but look at that wheel up the top. Just squeeze in on that side with it if we didn't have it, and we would get in on this side if we didn't have that row marker. So it is, my goodness, it's incredibly close. And that's a bit of a shame, actually. I might just see, I wonder if we can maneuver it so that we put one end in, kind of how we were parking it into the shed, but if I can get it around there, I wonder if I can just get it to squeeze in. I'm going to give that a quick go, because it would be so good to get it into some cover and out of the snow. No, that's not going to work either. Because it's a tow behind implement, I don't think I'm going to be able to manipulate it through how I had hoped. So we are just going to have to put it in here so it's at least out of the way, not going to get whacked or crashed into or anything like that. And maybe get a tarp or something, see if we can get it covered at least so it has some protection. But we're just going to park it back where it was in here. Obviously this shed, once it gets finished and covered, it is going to be a great asset to the farm, but until then we're kind of stuck with what we've got. So let's just go here, we'll get that all disconnected. There we go. And let's go and get the tractor put away as well. I might even actually go and put this over in the shed over here, because it probably needs a little bit of going over too. Just looking at the state of this, it wouldn't have been looked at for quite some time either. So we'll just park this in here. Enough space to get to the skid steer in case we need it, and we'll come back, and that could be another one of our jobs for the winter, another one of our chores. But let's go and jump in the pickup. It's time to head down for a drive and go and check out this yard sale. So as I understand it, this farm is just up the right here. We turn right at the main dealership, so we haven't really been down here and explored this part of Taheton, but that is the dealership just there. There's another grain elevator and that down that way, and I think one of the big operators, one of the big time operators, is down there as well. I've seen some big silos and things like that, but just up here on the left there's a bit of a farmyard. In fact, this must be it right here. There we go, look at that, all the equipment out, ready to be looked at. So let's go and have a look. Now for transparency, I have $100,000 that we've brought with us from our time in Chilliwack that I'm prepared to invest back into the farm. So I'm going to leave that up as a figure on the top of the screen there next to the farm money, and you'll be able to make sure that we're not spending money anywhere else. But let's just get everything turned off, lights and everything like that. Let's go and take a look at what they've got. A few things they're getting rid of here. This farm's apparently been sold, and we might try and find out a little bit more about that, see who's bought it. But clearly are not needing any equipment, because these guys are selling up everything. Wouldn't it be great if we had some more money? Old International 1480, I think, looks like about a 20-foot header. That's even smaller than what we've got at the moment, so wouldn't be much of an upgrade for us, although it would be running 2 combines, which should be kind of nice, but probably not that needed. 155 Series 3 white tractor. That'd be nice just for the cab, but again, I think the International we have has as much, if not a little bit more horsepower, so probably not much of an upgrade again. And like I said, we've got to be careful of our money. That truck's seen some miles and not in the best condition either, is it? Look at the rust there on the cab. Probably pick that up for a very pretty penny. Carry on over this way and have a little bit of a look. Now this is something we haven't actually talked about, actually, getting into some anhydrous. And that's also another option, something we could consider looking at doing in the future on the farm. Maybe on our corn ground, put some anhydrous on just before winter, get that all injected and into the soils and boost the nitrogen for the next season. Obviously soybeans don't need it, but definitely something we could look at doing for corn. I'm not sure if we'd get a real big benefit from it, but it'd be worth trying out, wouldn't it? But maybe for next time. But look at this, the old Haggy sprayer. That would be nice to have, wouldn't it? But again, that's a little bit out of our price range, but this is what I heard about. Best way, is it 2400? 1200. Might be a 1200 gallon tank on the back, I think. Around this side. Best way 1200. So I'm not sure exactly how wide the boom is on that, but it's not too bad. I mean, we've got probably what, 90 foot there, so this might be a 60 foot boom. Looking in pretty good nick. They go for about 30,000, I think, new. So if I can pick this up for, I don't know, anything around 12, I think that's going to be a pretty good deal for us, and will certainly help when it comes to the spraying. But look, the auction's about to start. I'm not sure where this is on the auction list. We'll just have to wait and see, but it looks like it's all the equipment I've got here. Pretty nice old yard, really, isn't it? Bring some cattle down here. I wonder if we can find out who's buying this, whether there's an opportunity to supply them some cornstalk bales, because that's something else we did talk about doing, isn't it? Keeping the cornstalks, baling those up and selling them. But anyhow, let's wait, see what happens with some of these other pieces of equipment, and we will get our bidding hand ready and see if we can pick up that sprayer or not. Would you believe it? The combine went for 15 grand, including the header. That is a bargain. I don't know whether it's the cold weather or the lack of interested buyers. Maybe it's just not big enough for farms around here, but gosh, that would have been a steal. The white, I reckon it must have been going to a collector. That went for an exorbitant amount. Don't know why anyone would have paid as much as they did for that tractor, but There we go. Right, we're going to carry on moving on. Got the anhydrous gear they're going to go through next. Then we're on to the 2 sprayers. Look at that. That Haggy sprayer held its value. 120 grand there. Well, I hope whoever bought that wasn't looking at this for a sprayer. Hopefully that is going to be all they need, because we're moving on. So now our time to shine.
I got 75 for the 80. 75 up in the 80. 75 up in the 80. $80 for the $80. I get 75 for the 80. 75 up in the 80 for the $80. $80 I get 75 for the 80. 80. Got 75 for the $80 for the $80. Yes or no? Gonna go 75 for the 80. For money buy 80 I got 75 for the 80. 80. Last call. 75 up in the $80 for the $80. I get 75 for the 80.
Well, there we go. It's ours. I said I wanted to spend about 12 grand, 16,000. That's what we ended up paying for it. So still cheaper than new. I'm hoping it looks or performs as well as it looks. It's in some pretty good looking condition. So hopefully everything's in good nick. I did give it a good look over before. All the pumps and everything, they all seem pretty nice. All the valves, couldn't see any corrosion or anything on them. So I think it has been pretty well maintained, as has all the equipment. Well, apart from the truck up the front. So I reckon the farmer here has taken some pretty good care of it. But it's been interesting having a chat to a few of the locals. I'll talk to you a little bit more about that in the truck, but we're going to get hooked up, take this away. We've written out a check. Would you believe it? Somewhere that still takes checks. No, we have made an internet payment for that, so you'll see there we are down to $84,000 of our money, and we'll be certainly on the lookout for a few more of these opportunities. A baler, like I said, for some corn stalks is something we'll be getting into, but let's go and grab the pickup. Should be able to get this hooked up, no worries to that. I think we've got all the hitches sorted, so let's go and get that and head on back up to the yard. Let's have a look here, and there we go. Yes, we can get that hitched up, so that's all good to go now. I think all those are just hydraulic lines for the pumps and things like that, so we'll just make sure they look like they're pretty well cable tied there onto the drawbars, and they're not going to fall off and get wrecked or anything like that. That'll be the last thing we want. Just give those a whack. Yeah, there's plenty of pressure in those. And just double check the other tyre. Like I said, everything around here looks like it's been very well looked after. Yeah, that tyre's fine too. Alright, let's go for a drive. We'll get back down to the yard, and yeah, I'll just fill you in on a few things. We've had some very interesting conversations. Well, now that we're out of there, let's just get across the road here. I'm going to take a little bit of a longer route here home, because we heard some interesting information from a few of the locals there, and I'll tell you a bit more once we get across this intersection. Lots of people out going about their business. Right, that looks like us clear. Let's head on across this way. So I mentioned it on the way down here, one of the big farmers, and it turns out that that poor farmer that we just went to, that yard, has been bought out by these guys. They are up here on the left, this big yard. They sound like they are going around and trying to monopolise the area. They're trying to buy up as much land as they can. So the first whiff they got that farm could have been in a bit of trouble, they were in there offering them enough to bail them out. So I think we need to keep an eye on them. I also heard that they've been going around taking on some leases and paying more than market value, so I can only assume that was who took on that lease that we were going to be looking at. So I don't know, we're going to have to be mindful. We're almost their neighbours. We kind of back onto them, the yard backs on to where they are, but they've got all this big land through here. This is sort of the very open area, and they're expanding, they're cutting down trees, they're buying land, and they're just spreading their wings out as far as they can, picking up whatever they can. So we don't want to see the farm absorbed by them. We don't want to give up what we've got, so we're certainly going to have to be kept on it, or certainly going to have to keep on our toes. But anyhow, very interesting news. Let's get on back down to the yard. We'll get this put away and see what else we've got to do today. Well, now that we've taken up all the space there in the workshop with tractors and seed and fertiliser and things like that, looks like we're going to have to try and get the sprayer backed in and parked into the shed here. It looks like it should fit. Wheels aren't quite as wide as the seeder was, as the planter, so let's just see. In fact, that's going to fit in there like a glove. Perfect, like it was made for it. Let's just get ourselves straightened up and make sure that we're in there nice and square. Right, that looks good. And that can sit there now, pretty much until we need it for spraying come, well, late spring, maybe early summer, if we get any weeds that pop up in any of our fields. fingers crossed we're not going to get too many. We have ploughed a lot of it, so there's a good chance that we don't need to, but we'll wait and see what comes in spring. So we're going to leave that there for now and go and get things tidied away for the day. Well, that's us done for the day. I think there's not much else we can do on any of the equipment in there, so we're just going to head back on into town. We're going to go and grab a bite to eat. We will be calling it quits for there, so a little bit shorter, sweeter episode, but we have got some wonderful winter chores done. Probably won't see me again now until we're ready to get started on some seeding and things like that in the spring, so fingers crossed, come late February, early March, we'll be out in the field, so we'll just have to wait and see what the weather brings for us. So, as always, thank you all very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed that episode, and I'll catch you in the next one. Well, howdy folks, Argsy here. Good morning to you all, and what a beautiful morning it is. Today is our first day of planting. It's been a couple of months since we've caught up. Not much has been happening around the farm, just the usual chores, making sure everything's shipshape and ready to go for today. We obviously went through the planter, had some things we needed to get repaired on that, which we've gone through and done. That's all now sorted out. What else is there? We've been working on the tractor, and there's a few developments there, which we'll talk about in just a second when we get down to the yard. I want to show you what's happened there with the tractor, but some real improvements that we've been able to make, which has been fantastic. But firstly, I do want to talk about the goals that we have set ourselves for this season. We obviously wanted to boost the yield from the farm. We did that by sampling the soil and getting our pH adjusted in the first instance, and we've now got a really good grounding, a good baseline for understanding exactly how much nitrogen we need to put on, particularly onto the cornfields. Obviously the soybeans, nitrogen is not too much of a worry, but definitely on that corn we want to make sure we can give our seeds the best chance to grow. We've also increased the size of the fields. We ploughed around the outsides and managed to gain quite a bit of extra land from doing that, including extending into that CRP land across the road from the yard. So a couple of really big improvements we've managed to make there to hopefully see some real improvements in our yield. We're aiming for hopefully about 4,500 to 5,000 bushels of corn and somewhere around 4,000 to 4,500 bushels of soybeans. That's the target. That's what we want to try and achieve, and if we can do that, I think that'll be a real good evidence of us being successful in doing what we were trying to do. So we'll carry on down there. We've got a few things to get sorted out before we can actually get started with the planting, but we will be jumping straight into the field over the road, the one with the CRP land, and getting that one planted first. We're actually going to put soybeans into there, but the rest of the fields are all going to be exactly the same as they were last season, just so we have a bench line or a benchmark there to be able to compare it to for year-on-year improvements, particularly through the larger land areas and the soil sampling in that we've done. So we'll get down to the yard and get started on things. Alright, well here we are. Let's just park ourselves up here. I'll just get everything turned off, lights, engine, and let's go for a quick little wander around the yard just to show you what's changed. So, no developments here on the shed, nothing on the bins, although in saying that I do have some bins to go and look at a little bit later, some second-hand ones. Local farmer who has put up some bigger bins, so we're going to go and take a look at what he's got. But first things first, we have ourselves a header trailer. I had some contact from a farmer in Elmer, Missouri, Miles, who got in touch with me. He'd been cleaning out an old shed that they were converting into a dairy, and he said that they'd located a header trailer that looked like it would be perfect for the old gleaner and the header we have. So, no cost, we just had to drive all the way up there to Missouri to go and pick it up. So we have now got ourselves a header trailer for our grain header, which is fantastic. Still nothing for the corn header, that's still sitting on the ground over here. But the other thing that they found when they were looking around in the shed is over here, and this is probably even more exciting than having a header for our trailer. We'll just jump over here, get this garage door opened up, and the old International now has a cab. He managed to find they had a cab for one of these sitting in the shed. that was she located as well. So we've been able to get that all fitted here onto the tractor, and it means we're just going to have a little bit more comfort as we go through our planting. So again, pretty excited to have that rather than that old roll cage that we did have. I know a few of you picked up on it, and thank you very much for commenting. There was an error with our delivery. We've had the rest of our herbicide delivered, the other pro box there of corn seed, but as some people commented, we've got a planter that takes liquid fertilizer, not solid fertilizer, and the delivery did bring solid fertilizer. FBN admitted it was their mistake. I should have picked it up when we were unloading, but I think in that snowy weather we were just in such a hurry to get things out of the truck and into the shed, wasn't really paying attention to one, what it was that was delivered, and two, what it was I signed for. But that's the putting right that counts, isn't it? And FBN have done a fantastic job for that, so we now have some liquid fertilizer instead of solid fertilizer, which will go into the back of our seeder much easier. But yeah, that is all of the updates we have here. I'm excited to go and check out these bins. The other thing, just while I remember it as well, you'll see the money there for the farm down to 10.5 grand. We're really starting to push the limits there by making these loan repayments, so fingers crossed we can keep on making those and we're not going to run into any issues. We've probably only got a couple of months money left there, so we're going to have to figure out exactly what it is we can do there. I'm hoping now that we've made sort of 5-6 months worth of repayments, the bank's going to be a little bit kinder to us in the future. But I'll just jump over here. We're going to go and check this soil out, make sure it is ready to plant, because we're going to get over here and start to get some soybeans in very soon. Well, I must say, this is looking pretty good. Still a little bit damp, a little bit sticky. Probably don't want to be running the planter through here just yet, but I think by the time we've got over there, got the planter hooked up, got some seed into the back, some fertilizer into the back, and everything set up and ready to go. With that sun, as it gets higher in the sky, it's going to dry this out pretty darn quickly. So I think we need to go and make a start. Got a lot of land to cover, this field on its own. It's feeling a little bit daunting with the size of that planter. Not to mention, once we get down there into the corn, particularly when we start chewing through the seed a little bit faster with the corn than we do with the soybeans. So let's get back over, let's go and get things set up. Well, first things first, let's get some seed put up here into the boxes. Should be able to just work off the pallet up there. Let's just get that up there. We'll have to jump up and rip some of those open and put them in. Fingers crossed we're going to have enough seed. I know FBN are pretty reactive at this time of year, although I expect there's probably going to be a lot of farmers around the area wanting to get things in. So we'll just jump out here and we'll go and try and get those put up into the seed to get that all filled up, and then we'll go and grab some liquid fertilizer. Not herbicide, not solid fertilizer, but some liquid fertilizer to go in these tanks on the front. And there we go, that's the last bag, and I think those are pretty much all full, so we'll just carefully jump down off here. Good thing we're working so close to the yard, we can just come back over and top up as and when we need to. Weather's looking pretty good, so I think we should just be able to leave these sitting out here. In fact, we might just put them back in just on the inside of the shed. There's no harm having them there, but at least they're covered, not going to get run over by someone coming in to the yard. And we'll go and grab one of these totes of fertilizer here and go and get that pumped in. Well, when I say pump, we're probably going to have to use a hose and some gravity to run it out of the tote down into the tanks. Alright, there we go. We'll just get that tap turned off on the tote there, and that should be us all full up and ready to go planting. Let's get this moved out of the way. Use what, 39% of it? Of course, we're hardly going to need any of this. We are planting soybeans, which we know doesn't require much nitrogen. We could even consider, we'll see how we go with the seed. We could even think about throwing a pallet on the back of the pickup, taking that over. Gosh, we're just over the road, we could even run the skid steer over and just park that on the side of the field too. It's just there, but we'll see. Anyhow, look at that cab, doesn't look good. I'm looking forward to get in and using that. I wasn't too excited about what we saw, but there we go. Get those covers closed, get everything all set up, and we'll head on over to the field. Well, here we are, moment of truth. First crops about to head into the ground for a new season here on the farm. We'll just get that all powered up, get that lowered down. There we go. Now we should be able to get our row marker down there. That's us on the outside. Of course, no GPS or any guidance steering or anything fancy like that for us here. We're going to have to do things the good old-fashioned way, and it feels a little bit like it sitting up in this tractor, but let's just head forward just a little bit, and then we'll go back and check depths, check planting depths, check everything's working out right, that we've got closing wheel pressures and all of those kind of things. where we need them. Right, I think that's probably far enough. Let's go and see what sort of job it's doing. Well, I've got to admit, all looks good to me. Getting a good row there for our next pass, so we'll know exactly where we need to run to make sure we're getting everything seeded properly. But I've got to admit, I'm pretty happy with the job that's doing so far. It seems to be working out pretty darn well. So I think with that in mind, we're just going to jump in and get into it. I think we're going to start things off. We'll try and put together a little bit of a time lapse for you here in the first part of the field. Obviously I want to try and concentrate as much as I can on the planting, so the fancy artistic shots might just have to wait until we get into another field a little bit later on, or maybe once we get onto some proper up and down rows. Headlands, always that pesky little part that you really do need to concentrate on. So let's jump up, carry on planting. Well, would you believe it, we are out of seed already. Just managed to make it around the field twice on the headlands, and we're already done. So we'll head on back over. I think we will have to investigate possibly bringing a pallet of seed over into the field. We'll just have to wait and see what the best option is. We'll see how much of this pallet is left over. Maybe we take that one over on the skid steer, and I'm starting to worry a little bit now. We might not have enough soybean seed to get all 3 fields done. So let's just wait and see what the situation is at the end. Get that opened up there. I'm going to jump into the skid steer and we'll go and get that pallet brought over. That's that seed to fill up again. We've used 2/3 of a pallet, so I think we're definitely not going to get the field finished with just 1 pallet. I think we're going to struggle to get the field finished with 2 pallets, to be perfectly honest. I don't know how I've so horribly underestimated exactly how much seed we needed. I would have thought 2 bags would have been more than enough, but it would appear I've definitely got that one wrong. Anyhow, we'll be on the blower to FBN. In fact, once we've got this field done, we'll have a better idea on how much more we need, because we have a fair idea, rough idea on how big the other 2 fields are combined, and we are keeping track. We've planted 3 acres, you'll see down there, so we are keeping track of exactly how many acres we're going to have in this field, which is nice. That's a good way to keep up to date with exactly what we're up to. I don't know if it double counts when we've overplanted an area, or whether it only counts the areas that actually get seed put in them, but it'll be at least a very good guide on how big this field is. But let's just get spun ourselves around here again, line up with where we ran out of seed, right about there. Get that turned on, lowered down, row marker down, and we'll be able to carry on. So no doubt you're going to see us making a few trips back and forth to get things topped up, but it is what it is. Right, carry on. We're 8.8 acres down according to the meter we have on the tractor, and we're already through the first pallet of seed. And like I said, I had estimated that those 2 pallets of seeds would go across all 3 fields for us, so I've certainly got that quite some way wrong. Now I know the other 2 fields, they're both about 10.5 acres each before we expanded them, so they might be, I don't know, 12, 13 acres now. So let's just say they're 1.5 of what we've done so far. We're going to need 1.5 pallets of seed for that, so I reckon we're going to have to get 3 more pallets just to be safe, that we can get everything done without having to go and order some more. I'd hate to have to go and do it all again, order 3 more, and then find out we actually needed 4. So I don't know, maybe we do order 4, and any we don't use, hopefully we can return. But we're going to carry on here. It's going pretty well actually, considering there's no GPS or anything like that. The ridge markers are actually doing a fantastic job. They're making things a whole lot easier, that we can run around with those. So apart from trying to do a straight line as we go across the front, across the longest part of the field, I haven't quite got that right, but otherwise everything's pretty good. How much fertilizer have we used? Not much. I think we've used about 12%, so that's certainly not going to run out anytime soon. And there we are. So it's about 1/3 of a pallet to fill that up, so keep that in mind. But let's just leave that out there. I know we're going to need it again probably. Going to jump back in the tractor and carry on planting. Just a couple more passes left and we will be done. Just this little piece to do, and that's our first field planted. I'm looking forward to getting this done. It's actually quite exciting to have our first field finished off. It's gone pretty well. I think we've actually ended up using a little bit less seed than I expected. We've got, what, 1/3, 28% left in here, probably 1/4 by the time we've done this. In fact, we'll just run down it. And we've got 2/3 of a pallet left, so we used a pallet and 1/3 effectively. Which means probably for the other 2 fields we're definitely going to need 3 pallets. We're not going to get it finished with just 2, but 3 should just about do it. But there we go. That's a good job, well done in getting that all finished off. So we're going to head back on over to the yard now. I do have an appointment to go and have a look at these bins down the road, so we're going to jump in the pickup, go for a drive down and check these out. Like I said earlier, they are second hand. They have been used. The farmer's gone and upgraded to some bigger bins. They've gone to something like a 10,000 or 20,000 bushel bin. I'm not sure exactly how big it ended up being, but they've got some little 2,000 or 3,000 bushel bins that we're going to go and take a look at and see whether it's even possible. It might not even be possible to relocate them, but if it is a possibility, we will go and have a look and see what's involved and whether that's something we could do to bring down here for us. But let's head on over. I'm going to get this parked up. I'll get it all topped up with seed And that now, although, like I said, I'm not going to go and start planting the other fields until we get our new delivery, an extra 3 pallets of seed from FBN. There's no point starting and getting halfway through, just in case they can't supply the seed in as quickly as we need it, and we don't want to get caught out with the weather. I do see there's a little bit of rain on the way. The other thing is I don't want to have to change over to getting into the corn yet, because we'll need to change the planter, all the feeding wheels and everything like that, and the boxes aren't quite set up for the bigger corn seeds, so we'll have to figure that out as well, get that done. But anyhow, let's get this topped up, we'll get it put away, out of the way, and we will then go for a drive and have a look at these bins. Well, that's things all sorted out and tidied up there. Now I'm going to head down and take a look at these bins. We have to head back sort of up towards town, back past the airfield, where the top dressers operate out of, back down past that hog farm and the field that we were looking at renting, and of course the BTO, the big time operation in town, has taken that over away from us, and somewhere down there's a farmer who has got these bins to look at. So we'll go for a little bit of a drive down there and go and see what they look like, whether it's something we're going to be able to move or not. Well, it's a good thing we didn't lease that field. Look at it, it's full of weeds. I don't think the other guys have been down and done anything to this one yet. They're probably getting the work done on the fields around their yard first up, but there it is. That was the field we were going to lease, which would have been a fantastic one. Now we've got to carry on down this way a little bit further. I think there's a third right after we get next to the train tracks, so not that one, that's first. Second one coming up here, and then the third down past these grain bins. This isn't the ones we're going to go look at. That's probably, in fact, just looking across the fields there, that's probably them there. I can see what look like a couple of newer, bigger bins, and 2 or 3 smaller bins, so I think that is where we're heading. So we'll go down, go and take a look at them, but it looks promising already. Yep, this is the place in here on the right, so go and have a look. Those are some pretty big bins. That's a decent upgrade, isn't it, going from the small bins I've got there to 2 bigger ones. Means, I suppose, if you're doing soybeans and corn, you'd have 1 bin for each, depending of course on what sort of yields you have. But let's just go and have a look. I'm pretty sure it's this Westeel, the smooth wall bin on the left here, and these 2 Meridian bins on the right. So back up here, we're going to have a chat to the farmer. We're a little bit late. We said we'd be here at 9. It's 9:03, but hopefully we're not inconveniencing him. We'll go over and have a chat and see what he's looking for, and then we'll go and have a look at the bins. Well, I'll tell you what, everyone I've met around here has been the loveliest, most considerate people I've ever met. They're just generous with their time. We've spent about an hour just chilling the fat, talking about farming and things like that, and he's given me a bit of an indication of what he wants for the bins. 10 grand for all 3, and then moved at our cost, and they are all ours. So just taking a look here, they're in pretty good nick. He's looked after them pretty well. 3,000 bushels, just over 3,000 bushels in each of these Meridian bins, and about 2,000 in the Westeel bin, the smooth wall bin. So that'd give us, what's that, 6, 7, 8,000 bushels of storage. Won't work if we're looking at getting around that 5,000 bushels of corn. So we'd probably have to use, say, 2 of those for corn. That could have soybeans in it, and then we'd have to find something to do with the rest of the soybeans, but it's a start. We'll have some other costs as well. The slabs, we'd have to build the rings. Obviously not going to be able to pick those up and move them. Beauty of the smooth wall is it just needs a couple of pads underneath the legs, but it's almost a freestanding beast, so a little bit easier probably to move that one than it will be with these. So I'm going to have to go away and do a little bit of homework, figure out what it's going to cost to do the pads, whether it's something we can do ourselves and just pay for the concrete. He's not in a hurry to get rid of them, which is good, because obviously, as you can see over there, he has got these wonderful big bins already up and going, so he's not going to be caught short come harvest time without any space for his crops. So we can do it at our convenience. Happy for us to leave them here until we've got pads built, until we've got it all set up, and once we've got our planting done. So some consideration, and in fact I'd be interested in your thoughts. Is it worth spending 10 grand on these, mindful of the fact we'd probably have to do our own money into them? I'm sure we could come to a deal where we loan the money to Uncle and Aunt instead of investing it. It would be a loan, so we'd just have to see whether that's something they would consider. Of course, it'll end up being more than 10 grand. It might be closer to 15 or 20 possibly by the time we've done that, and we'll still need something else. They on their own won't. Well, I say we'll need something else. I'm hoping we will need something else, and that we've done enough with our crop yields to require more than this for storage. So food for thought. Of course, the other thing we're going to need with these is an auger to fill into the top with, and hopefully the same auger to take out of these belts down the bottom here. Anyhow, that is us done. I think that is going to be a great place to wrap up for today. We're going to head on back to the farm. We've got to get in touch with FBN and find out when they're going to have those soybeans out to us. Hopefully it won't take too long, and then we'll be into planting the rest of the beans and then moving on to corn. So, as always, thank you all very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed that, and I'll catch you in the next one. Howdy folks, Argsy here. Now that is not something you see every day. Helicopter coming and dropping down into one of your fields and, well, coming actually with a bit of a proposition. I'm not going to name names or anything like that, but he is a rather wealthy lodge owner and he's looking to expand into the area. Now, it just so happened he caught some of our videos and saw the fishing we had a couple of episodes ago when we were over in the river. I was pretty impressed actually with the catches we were getting and the number of fish that were around. But he's also picked up on how much wildlife there is, the deer that are in and out of the trees around the fringes of the field, and just looking around at how much trees, forest, bush and scrub and things like that there is around here. So he thought he'd ask us about potentially building a hunting lodge, setting up here and making it accessible to some pretty wealthy people. So we haven't talked exact details yet, but he's offered to give us a $20,000 down payment and possibly then from then on a monthly lease. Any work being done, it would be all at their expense. They'd build the lodge, all they're looking for is a ground lease, and this bit of land in here was going to be perfect for them. Pretty close access here to the river. We've got the forest, the trees and everything up in there behind. We own the bit of land over the road as well, just on the other side up here, so they'd be able to go over into that and potentially look to get access in off some of the other properties around here. So, well, it's something to consider. I mean, 20 grand's 20 grand, but it is, well, it would be, I don't know exactly the details, but I expect it would be a very, very long-term lease on this bit of land. So we'd basically be ruling out doing anything here, and we'd obviously then have to deal with having hunters, fishermen, whoever coming in here and going through the farm. That would be one of the requirements, is giving them access across our fields. So there's a decent amount of space around here that they can get in there and get down to the river. So I don't think it's going to be to the detriment of any of our crops, but worth considering. 20 grand to pay for those bins we went and looked at. Pay for the bins, plus the relocation, plus pouring the new pads for them all. So that could solve a few of our problems, and if we had a monthly income from this, then that might cover some of our loan repayments too, or some of our uncle and aunt's loan repayments. I keep on talking like it's my farm, it's not. Anyhow, that's not what we're here for today. So we need to get back up to the yard. We are going to carry on with our planting. FBN haven't been able to make it here yet, so we are going to go. They have said they'll be here sometime today with the seed. I know it's going to rain. There's a lot of farmers around trying to get product in, trying to get things planted. We're just unfortunate that we're the ones who need to get hold of some more seed in such a hurry. I think most other farmers are all sorted, so they're not in quite as much of a panic as we are. But we'll go up. What we might do is see if they can actually deliver back out to the field, or at least we could take the pallet down here on the back of the pickup, then we can load up, and if they do deliver while we're out, we can come back down and grab one of the pallets again and put it on the back. Might have to consider possibly getting myself a gooseneck trailer or something like that, just to make things easier when this situation arises, particularly once we start getting into herbicide and that, so we don't have to run the sprayer back down or fertilizer or anything like that. It would be good to have some way to tow things, so I might do that. Might look at investing ourselves into a gooseneck trailer. Wish I'd brought the one down from Chilliwack we had. Anyhow, we're back here. We're going to go and get things all set up with the planter. I will put that bag of seed on the back of here so we can run that down to the field, and we'll head on over and make a start on the planting. We're just under half a pallet of seed here, and we've got a full planter, so hopefully that's going to be enough to get us through for a wee while. Now this is going to struggle to fit there over the wheel arches, isn't it? Fits in between, but I don't know how well it's going to sit when we put it down in here. Might just have to hope. There we go, it did just drop a little bit. Hopefully it didn't damage anything, but fingers crossed that's just going to sit in there. So we'll leave this here just in case FBN do turn up. They'll be able to get in here and unload. I'll be able to do that for us and leave it here in the shed, and we're going to go over and make a start on the soybeans. I think we're going to head to the field, to the down in that direction, not the one by the train tracks. We'll go down and do that one last, so we'll head on down this way. The one by the train tracks is a bit closer to the town, to where the FBN is set up, so we won't have to worry quite so much, or they won't have to travel quite so far to get the delivery to us. They might be able to throw it on and do it on the way past. Anyhow, get that strapped down, get the tailgate put up, and we'll head on down to the field, come back and grab the tractor, and then we'll get into it. So here we are down at the field. Now I did have a chat to the owner of this land, and they're quite happy with us coming in and out of this access all the time. It wasn't really too much of a concern for them. Their plans have kind of stalled. I don't know whether they've got caught up with some of the financial issues that are going around at the moment, but they were going to build a house. It was just going to be a house down there, but at the moment plans are on the back burner, so hopefully for them, good luck to them. I hope they manage to get that sorted out and get things started sometime soon, because like we said before, it is a beautiful looking spot. Uncle helped us bring the pickup down. He hasn't been feeling the best this year. I'm not sure what it is, but he's kind of been laying low, leaving us to do a lot of the work so far, so I'm sure come harvest time, and if we need a hand, and just like we have today with the pickup, he will come out and give us a hand when he can. But let's get this all powered up. In fact, let's jump out here. Yep, should have checked that beforehand. Hydraulic hoses, not the best, but looked like they were up off the ground, so we didn't drag them along the road. But everything else, just do it once over and check the planter. I mean, we only finished planting the other field earlier, so it looks all pretty good to me. Starting to get a bit dirty, but we've got some acres to put on it. And speaking of acres, I'm just going to take a quick look here. Now actually, if we hop up in the tractor, you can see down on the speedo we've got a 11.0 acres is what the tractor has calculated we planted. That's the little meter, and it's actually worked out pretty accurately. So I went around on all our new fields, and using the draw custom field option down the bottom there, I created some custom fields. And if we have a look there, this one here, on my rough estimate, I haven't been perfectly accurate, 10.97 acres. Moving up from what was 5.36 acres. So that field, we've just more than doubled. So a little bit more than that. If we come down here to field 121, which is the one we are planting today, started off at 10.6 acres. Now up to 12.7, so we've added 2.1 acres onto that, so that's almost a 20% increase. Of course 20% would be, well, it's more than 20%, 20% would be 2.12, so we have put more than 20% on that. And then if we come down to this one as well, 93 was 10.6, so 93 and 121 are pretty much exactly the same, but this one's gone to 15.8, so we've added almost 50%. Just over 5.25 acres, which is pretty much half of this again. So a 50% increase in field area down on this field. So we have managed to make some very substantial gains in the amount of land we're farming, which is going to bode very, very well come harvest time for how much crop we might make. And I think some of my estimates might actually be a bit low, which could say, or could suggest we're going to need some bigger bins. Anyhow, let's get that turned on and get the seeder lowered down, get the row marker put out, and we are going to get started on some planting here. It'd be nice if we can get through both these fields of soybeans. We are reliant on FBN getting in here and delivering the extra seed we need, but we do have enough to get a decent way through this field. Like I said, if we have to run back up to the farm and go pick up another pallet, we will do that. But anyhow, let's carry on. We'll jump into a little bit of a time lapse here, and we'll see you when we're a bit further through. Well, by my guess, that puts us 6.2 acres into this field out of 12.6 I think I said the adjusted amount was, which means we're about halfway through, which is good. We've used up all the seed though, so we are going to have to head back down to the yard and see if we've got any more there. If not, we're just going to have to make a dash into town and see if we can pick up a pallet or two from one of the shops. I know there's a store just down the road from us actually. Just about see it from here, can't you? About here. Just down there behind the trees, behind the power poles, and big power pylons. That's the main shop. So we could pop down there, but let's go and see. FBN are delivering, so we will go and have a look and see if they have managed to get some dropped off for us. If they have, we'll bring one pallet up here now on the back of the pickup, and then we'll worry about getting the rest down for the other field when we get over there. Let's take a look and see. I'm just trying to make out. Oh, it does look like we've got some seed there. And the skid steer's been put back in the shed, so it does indeed look like we've had our delivery. So we'll just get this parked around. The tailgate opened. We're going to bother shutting it down. We're only here for the briefest of time. Now I wondered actually, if we try and pick the pallet up from the side and put it in that way, we might get it to fit in between the wheel arches. This one being a bit fuller, I do just want to be quite careful of that. So we might give that a bit of a try. We've got the forks, yeah, they look like they'll be narrow enough. We can adjust them if we need to, so let's give that a try. We've got them picked up alright. Let's just have a look and see if they're going to fit in between the wheel arches just a little bit better than the way we put the last one in. Better if we were a little bit more centered. Black on black makes it very, very hard to see, but just trying to figure out. That looks like much better job. Are they going to go down in between? Perfect. Here we go. Much, much better than it was last time, right. Well, that should be enough to keep us going for at least the field we're in. Once we've done that, we'll come back up and grab some more. Probably, I think we're going to need both pallets. Well, definitely, we've used, what, 3/4 of a pallet on the field we're in at the moment, and it's not as big as the one we're going to next, so just strap across there, and we'll head on back down, carry on planting. That's us back, and that is the seeder full, so let's just plough on, carry on with the planting. We'll head on over this way where we'd got to. Got a few little bits and pieces just to finish off in here, a few smaller runs, and then this should work out quite well. Similar to how we cultivated this field across on this big long angles, gives us some decent long runs rather than having to get in and out of too many of these small bits. So this should work pretty well, and we'll be able to use a similar sort of angle when it comes to planting time. We'll get that turned on, lower it down, and that should be good to go. Now it's interesting looking at the ground textures, depending on what I was planting into is what ground texture we got. I noticed that in the first field we planted. That just gives it a bit of a funky sort of look to start off with, but I'm hoping once we've got everything harvested, once the soybeans have all grown and we've gone through that cycle, the ground should even itself out and we end up without any more issues. We'll just get that row marker down. We probably don't need them too much on these shorter passes, but it is nice to use, nice to have that around the edge, nice to give us a line to work to. So we'll just carry on, get this field done, and then we'll be off down to the next one. And with that, we are 2 down and 1 to go on the soybeans. We managed to take all of that pallet that was on the back of the pickup. So we are full of seed, well as full of seed as we can be in here. It does mean we're not just going to take a parts pallet down to the next field. We can take the pickup back down to the yard and go and top up with another pallet. But just looking at the area, 23.7 acres total we've planted now of soybeans, which means this field was 12.7 there or thereabouts, and I think, did I say 12.61? 12.72 is how I measured it by clicking around the outside, and we've pretty much planted 12.7 acres. So everything's pretty much worked out perfect there for us. Should have given way to that car though, but we got out just in time. So let's carry on down. We'll head on down to the field. We probably should top up before we start on the headlands, because as we saw in this field, we need quite a bit of seed to get around the headland passes. So we'll get everything done, we'll get another pallet of seed down to the field, and we will carry on with the planting, get all these soybeans done before we move on to corn next. So here we are, the very last field of soybeans we have to plant, which is fantastic. So let's get things turned on, lower it down, get that row marker out and get into it. But yeah, pretty excited to be seeing the back of the soybeans, or not the back of them, but just pretty excited in all honesty to have some crops getting into the ground, and the first part of the next step in the farm, which is to really see how well we're going to do in the future. So make a record, we were 23.7, we've just ticked over to 23.8 acres, so we should, by the time we've finished this, what did I say, this was about 15.6 acres or something in here now, so it's at 38, 39, just under 40 acres of soybeans all up once we're finished. So compare that to what we had when we first came onto the farm. That is, it's not quite double, but it's pretty darn close, so things are looking good for us. Anyhow, let's carry on, let's just crack into this field and see how we go. We've got the one pallet of seed down here. I don't think that's going to be enough, but it will be a good start. So we'll carry on and catch up with you in just a little while. Oh no, what was that? Oh, that did not sound good. Please don't tell me we've broken something. That sounded... Oh, I don't know what that sounded like. Right, we better jump out and go and see what's happened here. Alright, let's go and have a look. Hang on. Oh, you cannot be serious. Everything was going so well. We've made a good fist of this field already. We've got through the headlands. We're into the up and down rows, but oh goodness me. That's a pretty big crack in there. That's I don't know if we're going to be able to get that fixed. Well, we'll have to get it back over to the yard and go and take a look at it, pull a few of these row units off and see if we can get in there properly. We might have to get someone else to take a look at this. This is probably a little bit past us, so I think that's going to be the end of it for today. I hope we can get it fixed. We've got about half of this field done. Definitely well through the headlands and into the proper rows. But it's not just the soybeans, we've got all our corn to plant yet, so fingers crossed we can get this back over to the yard and get it sorted out, because if we can't, I have no idea what we're going to do. So, hope you've enjoyed today's episode. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.